What is going on, Casually FC? Welcome back to another installment of the Casually Chelsea Show. Yes, it's been a month. It's been a month since I've done the show, so my apologies for that. For those of you who look forward to this show every week, but we're back, and we're gonna be back into a routine schedule. I'm accompanied here by Prime, Scott, Real Chris. We have plenty of news to go over, and obviously I'm not going to go over every single bit of news since a month ago. That would be absurd. So I picked out a few things that I would like to bring up and discuss, as you guys can probably tell from the title. But before we go on and continue the show, ladies and gents, you already know what to do. Smash up the like button and subscribe to the channel. It helps us out tremendously. And consider joining our membership, because we have awesome emojis you can use in our live chat, as well as cool perks that come with it as well. So big up to everyone, and let's just get this show on the road, starting off with our first topic of discussion being Tuchel wants Hilario. So, as some of you may remember, Thomas Tuchel took over the England job not too long ago. The last show we actually discussed it a month ago. He got the England appointment, and he is requesting the assistance of our goalkeeping coach, I believe, which is Hilario. I believe Hilario is our goalkeeping coach. I could be wrong about that. One of them. Okay, so yeah. I'm not entirely wrong. But so here we have the first tweet from Matt Law here. Thomas Tuchel is not expected to attend Premier League games in an England capacity until he officially starts work as a permanent manager on January 1st. But it has already been made clear that he will be welcomed back to Chelsea and Stamford Bridge, which obviously good to see that we're going to be seeing Thomas Tuchel in future matches. A familiar face and a very loved face, if anything. We continue on. Chelsea have now had contact from England for goalkeeping coach Hilario. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if he left. I mean, what can you do with a Robert Sanchez, really? You know what I'm saying? Like, you need a miracle to improve on that player. But hey, listen, I'm sure as a coach, it's a big opportunity. So if he decides to go for it, I won't feel any bad blood. I won't feel any animosity if it's Tuchel. So, I mean, not much to really say on this on my half. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to add to this part.
It's typical. Tuchel gets a new job and he's linked with Chelsea. Not players, but coaches, I guess.
Who's the guy that Tuchel brought to Bayern from us?
Anthony Barry.
Anthony Barry. Is he still part of that? The England staff? Okay, so yeah, there you go. Tuchel likes his Chelsea people.
Yeah, or just a clickbait, use Chelsea name into it. Tuchel.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could look at it that way. But, I mean, yeah, it's, listen, you know how the show goes, guys, if you don't remember. We start off slow, we pick it up to the big meat and potatoes of the show, and then we go into the rest of it. No. This is only the beginning, Chris. I don't know if you forgot. It's been a month, I know, but it's only the beginning of the show. So yeah, let's go on to the next topic, which is again, this happened a while ago, but I did want to bring it up. For those of you who didn't know about this, Gent got fined. Yeah, so when we played Gent some time ago. They did this. This is actually insane. They ripped up seats and started throwing it, and because I don't know, because they're angry.
Our stadium's a shithole, bro.
No.
It's okay. First of all, it's not like not like Old Trafford. Old Trafford's a shithole. It's a big shithole, but it's a shithole. Stamford Bridge.
They want to take the seats back home, man, for their stadium.
You're comparing dog poop with horse poop. Like right now, I'll be real. Our stadium. I know people love Stamford Bridge and the nostalgia and all of that, which is great. But we for the size of the club that we are, we need a bigger stadium. Everton just finished building their stadium. It's bigger than ours.
I mean, I know in terms of capacity, yes, it's not great, but in terms of quality, I don't see any issues with Stamford Bridge. It's just the capacity is the issue. Now, Old Trafford has a capacity, but they have waterfalls. They have a whole section of their seats that when it rains, they cannot seat that section.
Oh, yeah.
Toilets don't work apparently.
No,
you got the chefs giving giving customers salmonella. Like come on now. That Stamford Bridge is not that bad, and that's Old Trafford.
If you give me a bigger capacity stadium than the Aviva in Ireland, I'll take a bit of food poisoning. I don't mind.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I rather keep my stomach intact.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, can Gent, will they be okay with that fine? I'm not sure how much money they have.
They don't have a choice. They're being fined by UEFA.
Yeah. I don't think that will be that much. I mean, they're one of the top teams in Belgium anyway. They'll be fine.
Are they?
Yeah, they're like one of the top 4-5 teams in Belgium.
I feel like
one of the biggest clubs, so they'll be fine.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're in fifth place in the Belgian league.
Maybe.
Yeah, the Belgian Pro League, they're in fifth place. You got Antwerp in second, Genk first, Club Brugge third, Anderlecht fourth. Yeah, those are the names. Yeah.
Who just rips like chairs out and just starts using it as a weapon?
They'll sell another Belgian talent and then they'll make up the money, bro. It's fine. No problem.
Right. Do you guys know why they were doing it though? Like, because I wasn't able to watch the game live. I don't know if you guys happen to see why.
Oh no, I didn't see it. I didn't know about it.
It's baffling to me.
I mean, listen, as Chelsea fans, I'd have tapped into it. But...
Yeah. So they're getting fined, deservedly so, because this is actually. It's one thing to like rip the banners off, whatever, at the seat, because I heard about that, right? But a whole nother thing to like actually break the seat, like purposely, forcefully rip the seat and like break it. Like, it's actually crazy. The big hole that is actually right here. I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's a noticeable hole.
Yeah, it's a pretty noticeable hole. There's another one here too. What the hell? Like, it's patchy.
They wanted to join in. They saw what happened down there, and they thought we need to join in.
I guess, yeah. It's actually kind of insane, but yeah. I mean, whatever. Good. I'm glad they got fined. It's ridiculous that.
They should find the fans, man, and fine them.
Well, I mean, you can kind of see pictures of them. I'm sure someone's identifying them. But it's just absurd. That's like barbaric behavior. So, whatever. I mean, it is football. I mean, sometimes we do get barbaric in the crowd, but not that barbaric. But all right, let's move on to the next topic I have for you guys, which is Lampard. Apparently, Lampard's being linked to some management jobs. So let's see what this is about.
There's been a new manager at that club that he's linked with. So.
Well, let's see, because I have two links here. I'm pulling it up right now. I forgot.
Yeah, one of them is recent. So,
So the first one I found here was Coventry City are closing in on a deal to hire Frank Lampard as their new manager, and that was from Graham Bailey 3 days ago. And then the other link I had here was. I understand he turned this down, right? But I understand that Frank Lampard would not become, it says it right there, would not become the new head coach of AS Roma as things stand. 46-year-old was one of the candidates as reported. Roberto Mancini still in the race to replace Ivan Juric, but there are more options for AS Roma. What did you guys hear?
They hired Claudio Ranieri.
Really? Roma hired Ranieri?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys think Roma are fucked? Like,
oh yeah, they're a mess of a club. I don't know what the fuck's going on with them. Apparently they were linked. So they were linked with Ranieri, obviously, who they brought out of retirement. They were linked with Potter as well and Lampard. So they were just after ex-Chelsea managers, apparently.
And Mancini, we have
Mancini.
Obviously, like Roma, just a mess, bro.
Yeah, they're an absolute mess. But yeah, bro, even the Coventry one is just not the right job for him.
Yeah.
What Lampard
Wait, you
needs
don't think
is
so?
No, because they're in a relegation battle. They're set like 7 from bottom.
We don't need to put him in a whole Everton situation again.
His ego won't allow him to take that job.
Say that again, a Prime. You were cutting in and out. Prime?
You might have lagged.
Damn.
Wait, did I
That's a big lag spike. You might need to restart because it's been like 10 seconds and you're responding.
They should took Lampard, man.
It's crazy, the lag spike there. Well, we can hear you, but it's really, really lagged. Yeah, the response time is insane.
Wait, can you see me? Am I good now?
We can see
There's like a 7-second delay.
We'll get there.
Well, Prime
delay.
Yeah, literally, 7-second delay. Yeah, you might need to reboot, restart, bro.
That is a mad delay.
Yeah, like the thing with Lampard, like
it's like Marshall's news.
As I said, the Coventry job like wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense because it's like it's a championship job. That's what he needs. But like at the same time, it's like, yeah, I don't know what he's going to do with that team as well, because that team is like set up to play 3 at the back. With who they have.
Coventry, right? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
With who they have, like in terms of like fullbacks / wing backs and like the strikers. Like if he has any sense, he plays a 2-striker formation. But it's Frank Lampard, so who knows? Yeah, like if he gets the job, big up to him. Coventry probably get relegated, but it is what it
is. Chris, what do you think?
Roma should take him, man. They should take him. Young, potential. Took Chelsea. Where did he take us to?
4th.
Shut up, Chris.
Yeah, he took us to 4th. Yeah, first season. Almost got what's this club he had in the Championship?
Sheffield, not Sheffield. Derby.
Derby, yeah. He almost took him to promote. Nah, he almost got promoted though in the playoffs. That's the closest they got. Yeah, they got to semis.
Chris, can you hear me, Chris?
Yes.
Frank Lampard did no better than the previous manager at Derby.
No, I think he did. I think he still did.
No, he didn't.
No, he got to the playoffs.
No,
they got to semis.
They
lost to Aston Villa.
Yeah, he took them from 6th to 6th. They finished 6th the season before.
Yeah, the previous manager got them into a playoff as well.
I don't think he got them in semis or nothing like that.
They started in the semis.
I thought they started.
He got them into a playoff.
There's 4 teams, bro. They start in the semis. He got knocked out in the first round.
Wow. I'm just trying to big up Lampard, right? Like he needs the job of like a new manager. He needs to like prove the haters.
No, what Lampard needs to do is do what I said back in 2019. Go abroad and actually learn. Stop taking these English jobs that are not going to help you. Go abroad. Go to Germany or something, or go learn your trade over there. Go to Sweden or Italy or whatever. Do what maybe do what Eddie Howe did when he got sacked at Bournemouth. He took like a break to like actually learn, and he studied under Diego Simeone for a little while, and he went to Newcastle, and look how well he's done there. So you need to actually learn, because like as smart as Lampard may be, he is very inept when it comes to football tactically, and his ego won't allow him to actually like learn. I don't think he's a good man. I don't think he'll ever make a good manager. I think at best he could be a good scout. At best, he
because I've heard people say he should probably try to be like a football director. I think that's a little bit too high of a position, but
his talent ID seems to actually be fairly good. Outside of the odd player, like it seems to be fairly like it's more good than bad, is what I'll say.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, tactically, he's not got it, and his man management skills are piss poor. So like, he's got a ceiling as a manager right now.
I get that, but like Prime, you don't think like Lampard could kind of learn his ropes in maybe like a lower division, not like the Championship, maybe the division lower than that?
I don't think you're gonna. But I don't. Again, in England, I don't think you're gonna learn anything. I don't. As a young manager, fair. If you're not already smart, I don't think you're actually gonna learn anything. Look at Graham Potter. People say he's the best England manager or English manager, and look where he was taught and where he learned. Look at Eddie Howe. He's a better manager now than he was when he was at Bournemouth before he went and was taught under Diego Simeone. Lampard has been coached under world-class managers, Mourinho, Ancelotti, and he has no understanding of football. from a tactical perspective. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I do want to bring this up just for shits and gigs, because when I heard the links to AS Roma and I'm hearing all that's happening with AS Roma, I'm kind of thinking back to the amount of times that Ahmed would ring out Chris for wanting Jose back. Not to say we should have gotten Jose, but do you guys think that Jose is kind of redeemed for his time at Roma because of all this shit that's happening?
No.
Jose did have a good spell at Roma. He did have.
He did, and ever since he's left, they kind of dropped off.
Define good.
He was there for
there was in tangent top 6. Now the 12.
Hold on, Chris. He was there for 3 years. He was given in total 120 million to spend over the course of the 3 seasons, and he had them competing in Europe, going far in Europe, when Roma hadn't won a trophy or a European trophy in 30, 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
People were expecting him to go and push for the league title, when in that Roma squad, at best, was a top 7, top 8 side. At best. I was watching the Serie A during that time, not just Roma. I was watching the Serie A. That was not a good Roma side. You had the likes of a Finnish Chris Smalling, an injury-prone Spinazzola, injury-prone Dybala, Abraham. You had that Zaniolo guy who's trash, Pellegrini who's not good. They had to buy Indica from Wolves who's not that good. They bought Rupert Tricio from Wolves, right? Who's decent. Like they had Selic at right wing back. They had a finished what's his name, El Shawari. I was watching that Roma side. Jose did the best that he could, and yes, fine, it fell apart near the end. People can say Jose is Jose, but Roma also screwed him over. The ownership also screwed him over massively. The fans didn't want him to go.
Mm-hmm.
Back-to-back European finals, and he would have won the second final if the referee didn't screw him over.
They lost that final deservedly.
Yeah, he got screwed over in that final, bro. I watched it.
This is the only time you ever hear me say that. Anthony Taylor was actually decent in that game.
Yeah,
he was genuinely decent in that game. I remember watching that final. Roma was crap. The thing with Jose is nothing more than a cup manager at this point. That's all he is. If you just want to win a cup, depending on what the cup is, then calm. That's what he did with Roma. I went back and looked. He did no better than the other managers before him in the league. The only difference was he won them the Conference League. That's it.
I mean, to be fair though, Scott, he did keep him in a top 6 position.
He spent 120.
Let me go back and tell you their finishes before he did in the league.
Scott. Well, when you go back and do that, also show me the amount of money those previous managers spent. You had 120 million in 3 seasons to spend.
Bro, I'm looking at their 1920 squad where they finished 5th, and it's shit. It's not good either.
Okay, so
this is the thing, and this is what I say about Jose. And I had this conversation with someone when Steve was talking about Newcastle getting him, and I remember having the conversation. It all depends with Jose. It all depends on what you want in a manager, right? If you want someone that's going to help you build towards a future of pushing forward, Jose's not your man. If you want to get a guy in who's going to help you win a Carabao Cup, an FA Cup, maybe a half decent, like a Europa League, depending on the squad, or Conference League, Jose's your man. And that's it. At Fenerbahce, I guarantee they don't win the league.
No, but they're not built up to win this league anyway.
Bro, they're one of the 3 best teams in that league.
Yeah, but Galatasaray have won how many league titles on the bounce? They're not. He's not gonna more than likely he's not gonna win it this season, bro. There's pure corruption in that league.
I mean, did you hear his presser the other day where he was just calling out, and he's reaming out the Turkish league?
Yeah, bro, they finished second. Yeah, behind Galatasaray that have won it so many times on the bounce. More than likely, he's not winning it this season.
They finished 3 points behind Galatasaray.
Yeah,
I know, but
I could see
they're
a
still
chance.
not better than Galatasaray. They're not better than Galatasaray.
They lost less games than the Galatasaray last season.
That's great. They're not better than Galatasaray.
Let me look at the Turkish league real quick.
They are within touching distance. They're within touching distance of Galatasaray.
Yeah, but they're not better than Galatasaray, and I think they'll win the Europa this season, and they'll finish like second.
That's fine. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but again, we also need to remember
they'll win the Europa League, and that's cool.
He's a cup manager.
Fenerbahce, we say he's a cup manager. Being a cup manager is not a bad thing. Fenerbahce, who haven't won a league title in years, Roma, who hadn't won a trophy in years, donkey's years, like those clubs, they want a trophy. But it's not like in England where fans disrespect competitions. These other countries, these foreign countries, they actually want something. So that's where he's at.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It depends on what you're after. And you're right. For Roma to win that Conference League was massive, but it was never going to be anything more than that. They were never going to make top four.
It was never going to be more. But like no one was expecting any, unless you were being delusional. Which when it comes to Jose, people always expect him to do more than he should be doing. That's just
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean,
Galatasaray. Why not Spurs? Yes, he deserved to get sacked. He got sacked at the wrong time. But like, people were expecting miracles. I'm not twerking for him. I'm speaking the facts of what's actually happening, bro.
But I mean, like, regardless of whether or not
he should not have come back to Chelsea.
He should not come back to Chelsea.
Chris, you're wrong. Regardless, though, in terms of Fenerbahce, I am. If there was a season or a time where I would think Fenerbahce could beat Galatasaray to the league, it would be now with Jose. Whether or not it happens, we'll see. But I just think having Jose, who is, a reputable manager, who is a manager that could fix things up, obviously not set you up for the future, but I think he could revamp a squad and maybe instill a mentality. I think I could see Fenerbahce at least challenging for the league. Well, obviously they are going to challenge. Yeah, they're going to challenge every year. Yeah, by default.
They finished second the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, so I take that back. I could see like a sneaky win.
Maybe, but also Jose's coming out and saying that like he wants to come back to the Prem, and Newcastle. He's heavily linked. He's been linked to Newcastle for like years, by the way.
Really?
But like he's heavily linked to Newcastle if Eddie Howe gets sacked. I think him coming to that will be the wrong move.
That's bro. Newcastle's the only team that makes sense for him to come back to the Prem.
Yeah.
No, but
they're willing to spend money.
Not even just the money thing. It's not just the money thing. It's like I said, like no other team. Like Villa makes no sense. Like if they did move on from Emery, it makes no sense for them to get Jose. That's a step back.
No, not even that. I'm talking about in terms of he should not come back to the Prem.
I think him coming back to the Prem is fine if it's just Newcastle. If it's anyone else, again, that's what I said last time. It depends.
Wouldn't it be fun to see Jose back?
Why? Forest for what though?
I mean, okay, I'm going to entertain a hypothetical, right?
Because that man just did pretty good.
Edu just went over there. Nottingham Forest have history. Nottingham Forest also have money. I could see, listen, this is early days. We look at the league right now, they're in the top 6. I could potentially see this as an opportunity for Nottingham Forest to take advantage of the fact that they're doing good in the league to bring themselves back to relevancy and actually consistently be in the league and almost like do what Newcastle did. You know what I'm saying?
No, but they're not going to. The only way Forest makes sense. No, but the only way Forest makes sense, I agree with you. If they finish top 6 or 7 this year and get either Conference League or Europa League, then it makes sense because then they can try and win.
Yeah. And also look at their manager, Nuno, who I'm not saying he's like Jose, but he plays a very similar style to Jose.
Yeah, but Marshall, if they finish, say, top 6, top 8, end of the season, I don't think it would be justifiable to sack Nuno.
Of course.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. But it's also the same situation with Eddie Howe, right? Whereas, like, okay, you're linked with Jose, but I don't see, unless Newcastle drop out of the top 8, I don't see how Eddie Howe gets the sack, especially now that the England job has been taken.
No, I could see a point. It depends on
I think he gets sacked.
Yeah, but with Eddie Howe, I mean, I don't think he's failing at Newcastle per se. But
I don't think so either.
You can arguably say from what he was doing like 2 seasons ago, and what happened last season, he's like underperforming, quote unquote. If they finish 6th or 8th, Newcastle, it's somewhat justifiable to sack him. And look at the way like Steve speaks about Newcastle and how they're performing. Well, at least until the last few games, how they were performing. I would understand sacking Eddie Howe, and I would understand bringing in Mourinho. But like again, you're bringing in Mourinho under the premise of within the next year or two, he'll win you an FA Cup or a Europa League or a Conference League. But long term, you can't build with him.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
That's what I'm saying. And I think Newcastle kind of makes sense to me in a sense of like with Eddie Howe, because he's been there longer, and you, as Prime said, you can kind of make the argument. It also depends on when his contract ends. I was just going to have a look and see if I could find out. Can't, as it turns out.
He's been on. He's been at Newcastle for 3 years now, hasn't he?
But yeah, I think so. It depends on when his contract runs out. Like, say, for example, his contract runs out at the end of the season, then I could see it making sense because you just say to him, like, we're just not renewing your contract, moving on. That's not a sacking, that's just a moving on. And it's the next step. Yeah. As I said, like, Jose only makes sense for a team whose ambition is to try and win a competition, whether that be domestically or internationally, but not Champions League, because he's not that level anymore. So also, that's what it comes down to. Like, if you're a team that's looking to win something that hasn't won something for a while, but is of a decent size, like a Roma, like a Newcastle or whatever, then yeah, that makes sense. Anyone else is like, no. Like, it's the same with Conte.
The way Jose is, I saw the way, like, when he joined Roma, when he joined Fenerbahce, Jose is like, he needs to join a club with a fan base that will almost kind of treat him as like a I don't know what the word is, but like a cult figure.
Oh, like an idol.
Like a messiah, like a political like leader. He needs that sort of. Like, we know what Jose is. You need to feed into his ego, and I think there are certain Newcastle, they would do it. To be fair, they would love him, but like, there are certain other clubs in this league that it just wouldn't work out for. So Scott is right. It's only Newcastle he could go for. I don't think Forest fans would have an affinity towards him. Would they have a reason to? I don't know. But Newcastle, he would. Brian Robson and all of that. But I don't know about Forest.
And I mean, also, Chris, to go back to what you said, Jose would never go to Arsenal. Would never.
You said it makes sense.
Chris said Arsenal. It wouldn't make sense, but even in a hypothetical, I just don't see Jose ever wanting to go to Arsenal. He still banters them to this day. I mean, to be fair, he went to Spurs, but I think Arsenal's crossing a line for Jose. I think Jose's still like somewhat respectable to Chelsea.
I don't think Jose has that much
loyalty. You don't think so?
Oh, JC, I believe he will win something at Newcastle if he was to go. I think Jose, seeing him go to, seeing what he did at Chelsea, him going to Man United, fine. Man United, I kind of understand, biggest club in England, all of that. And at that time, people thought Man United weren't seen as this finished club. So I understand him going there. But going to Spurs, one of Chelsea's biggest rivals, then you go to Roma, a rival to Inter Milan. Like, I think it's kind of crazy if he was to come back to England and then he manages Arsenal. I think that would be so crazy.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's going to happen. I think
it would also never happen because, again, like it would be a complete shift from the Kroenkes
what Arsenal are doing.
Everything. Yeah, it'd be a complete shift.
Yeah. That was actually a pretty good discussion on Jose. I did not expect that. Thank you, Lamps. That's one for the back pocket.
Fuck you, Lampard. Burning hell.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Lampard the manager.
Did you, man?
I meant what I said, Marshall. Don't word my words.
Word your words. All right. Well, that being said, I think Jose coming back to the Prem would be interesting, but I don't know. I feel like international duty. international duty is the next thing on his agenda after this Fenerbahce project, or maybe even China. Who knows?
He wants to manage
Why would he go
Portugal.
China?
I don't know.
He wants to manage Portugal, and I'm so glad that he didn't go. He wasn't available. I'm so glad that he's not taking that England job because, he shouldn't be. Look at the way they're treating Tuchel. If it was Jose, it'd be 1,000 times worse.
Ooh, yeah.
I know, right? But Josie would clap back.
Exactly, which is why it would make it worse.
Actually, where do you think Jose goes after Fenerbahce?
Probably international management or retirement.
Newcastle.
You don't think Newcastle? You don't think? All right. Besides Newcastle and besides international duty, you don't think there's a future for him potentially back at Liga NOS?
Why? With who?
That's where he started. I don't know. I mean,
with who?
Sporting.
I just see the point.
Sporting Lisbon.
I just see the point.
Like, cool. Go back to Sporting. You're not going to win anything.
Jesus
Wait, hold
Christ.
on.
Say that again, Prime.
You don't think he could win the Portuguese league?
Or maybe the cup. He's not winning the league.
Hey,
You don't think he can win the league? Wow.
No.
Wow. Wait,
I'm yet to be confirmed. Do you know what would change Prime? No. Do you know what would change my mind? Win the Super League with Fenerbahce. That would change my mind.
Wait, hold on. So do you think Jose is not capable now of winning any league title?
No, until proven otherwise. No.
When was the last time he won a league title?
I think he can.
2014.
Damn. That was 10 years ago.
It's a decade since he lost the league title.
Holy shit.
I even Portuguese league, if he was managing Sporting, Benfica, or Porto, I believe he could win Liga NOS. Yes.
No, but it's again, Prime. It's the same thing of like what we just talked about the Super League, where it's like if you're managing one of Benfica, Fenerbahce, or Galatasaray, then yes, you should be competing and potentially winning that league. But that's what I'm saying, because it's the same thing. Like Sporting, for example, weren't winning that league until Amorim came in. So it's not even like they're as good as Fenerbahce are in the same league. Like it's
no, I know.
Until Amorim came in, they weren't winning.
Yeah, but I understand when people say that Jose is not capable of winning like a Champions League or a league title in a major league, like say England or Spain or Italy. But Portugal, who are not even top 5 leagues, like if he went to Benfica or Porto, he can win the title. Yes. Like. That's ridiculous.
That's a very interesting hypothetical. Also, I mean, it's a really good point that Scott brought up. It's been a decade since he's last won any league. So,
true.
I mean, obviously,
decade, but there's also context. Like in that decade, I don't think he's managed a side that.
Well, yeah, Curry's saying it right here. Yeah.
And my argument to that would then be, why is no top side that's potentially on the cusp of winning a league title going after him?
Well. To be fair,
because I do agree, by the way, like in a sense of like the teams he's managed, they outside of United, and even United, they were competing with that City side. They had no real chance of winning a league. That's why I'm saying this Fenerbahce side, they better win the league. If he wins the league with them, then it's a different conversation. But he best win that league. Otherwise, he's done no better than the guys before him.
When do you expect him to win the league, though? This season or next season?
Yes, this season.
This season.
Yes.
I think he's a season away. I think it would be next season he wins it, not this season.
No, for me, this has to be the season. They were 3 points off Galatasaray last season with losing less games. Like, if they literally just win one more game, they drew 6 games. Like, if they just win one more game, I think they had more goal difference as well. They would have won the league title if they won one more game. Oh, sorry, 2 more games because of points.
Yeah,
they win 2 more games.
I hear what Scott's saying, but like, also in that decade, he's won 2 European titles and been to 3 European finals with lesser sides, you know.
Well, that's fair, but again, I agree, and that's what I agree. He won a Europa League and a Conference League, and when I talked about this, but that's what I'm saying in terms of league titles. This season, for me, he has to win that league title.
Yeah,
to be in the conversation.
That's also the thing. That's why I said this season he won't do it. That Galatasaray side was already stacked, and then they just added in Victor Osimhen on loan. And he's not going to win it this season. If he does, it'll be like a major.
See, the thing is, there's a bit of a caveat to that loan that you're talking about, right? Because we don't know what's going to happen in January. There are links. There is an exit clause.
Marshall, he's staying the full season. I said this when he signed, by the way. Remember, he's staying the full season. He is.
Ladies and gents, let's clip it right there. Let's see what happens in January.
I mean, he might be right.
Save this blood.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I could see. I mean, I think he's enjoying his time in Galatasaray, but I could see him wanting to. Part of me still thinks he wants Chelsea, but we'll discuss that when we get there because there's a little bit of news I have on Osimhen. But
it also surprises me that he didn't because I would have thought Jose would have tried to go for Osimhen to get him on loan at Fenerbahce. The fact that he didn't try that, or it hasn't been reported, so we don't know. The fact of no big name sort of player went to Fenerbahce, when Galatasaray signed Zaha or Ziyech or something, they didn't sign any big name player. That also kind of shows me that maybe it's the money at Fenerbahce, or maybe it's the fact of these big name players don't want to play for Jose anymore. Maybe about both. Who knows?
Maybe. That's time will tell. I can't wait till this is all said and done and Jose does a autobiography or something on all this. Yeah. But
he needs to be, bro.
Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
A Jose Mourinho movie? It would probably be a good fucking movie, man. I don't know about Leonardo DiCaprio. It'd probably be. I could see it being what's his face? George Clooney.
Nah.
Robert Downey Jr. is not a bad shout. But yeah, Robert Downey Jr. is not a bad shout. Personality wise, that's not a bad shout. I could see it being George Clooney, because of just I could see him pulling it off, looking like Jose. But Robert Downey Jr. could probably do it too. Wow, look at us. It's been a month and we're discussing the Jose Mourinho movie. Let's move on.
Jose is nah. As much as I would want it in my heart, realistically, it would burn. And not even him. And the thing is, Scott, it wouldn't just necessarily be just on him. The way our fan base is right now is so toxic. The way the media are viewing us, this Clear Lake ownership, it's just a disaster that we don't need.
Mm-hmm.
Really
All right.
There would be no benefit.
Let's actually Chris, sorry to tell you the dream's done, bro. But let's move on.
I had my one opportunity to sing back.
Jose, if you're a real bad man, Shamrock Rovers will take you, bro.
Let's go on to the next topic I have for you guys, which is actually the Chelsea project. Let's discuss some stuff that's been going on in depth, a little bit more clarity on what's been going on with the Chelsea project. And we'll start off with this first tweet that I had saved for a while now, but it kind of goes in tandem with everything that's going to be discussed. So Chelsea are bringing in African scouts in places where might not be looked at as much to try and be as global as possible to try to find young gems, according to Ben Jacobs and Casually FC when they spoke on Space about a month ago. We continue on. Mauricio Pochettino tested the patience of Chelsea's owners during his single season in charge, not least when using his press conferences to question the youthfulness of the squad built on his behalf. There has been no such complaint from Maresca. We continue on. Kieran Gill also reporting here that Paul Winstanley, Lawrence Stewart, Chelsea's co-sporting directors who led the summer's managerial search, agreed Enzo Maresca had a champion's mentality. After meeting him, and the trio have forged a strong working relationship. And there's no surprise there's a champion's mentality. I mean, he won the league he was in. He won the championship. Let's just be specific there with Leicester, which, you win, you start to think winning. So we continue on. An advocate of data, Enzo Maresca insists nothing should be left to chance. He even asked Chelsea's number crunchers to provide data on every player from youth to senior level when he arrived, which that's so meticulous. We continue on. Guardian Sport reporting the young player in today's game and the manager has plenty of them. Is consumed by data. They want to be told why they are doing certain things, and Enzo Maresca is happy to show them. His explanations heavy on detail. Maresca, I have one of the best squads in the Premier League. I have no doubt about this. Since I arrived, the first thing I said to the club is that I was in love with the squad and that this squad is very good. And Maresca, other than a few players, I think we agree with you. Chelsea are on course to have the youngest ever team in Premier League history this season and are currently averaging 23 years and 220 days under Enzo Maresca. According to those behind the Blues strategy, there is a plan for domination at play here. We continue on. The hope is when Chelsea finally secure that first trophy under the new owners, they can do so over and over again in the seasons that follow with their young core group. It's about long-term success, one source summarized, adding all decisions are made with the future in mind. Insiders also believe that Cole Palmer's best years are still ahead, even bigging him up as possibly the first Englishman to win the Ballon d'Or since Michael Owen. And then lastly here, as one of the scouts says anonymously, I saw Mykhailo Mudryk play in a few places, including in a 1-1 draw at Celtic, where he scored a super goal. He's one who I thought would be getting talked about, like how we're talking about Cole Palmer now. A few things to break down there, and I think the first thing that I wanted to bring up was probably this one. Or, well, let's go with this one. We're on course to have the youngest team in Premier League history. And for me, if that's the case, and this young team is challenging for top 4 right now, I think that that's a strong sign of good things to come. Because one thing that people seem to overlook, and I'm sure you guys don't, I'm sure you guys have this in mind, is that this is still a young team, and we've yet to see them at their prime. Like once we start seeing them at the age of 25, 26, we're going to start seeing more consistencies. We're going to start seeing more fleshed out, more developed players. And that's when we really see like some of these players' true colors. Do you guys agree? Or, I mean, do you have anything else that maybe you want to add to that?
No, it's okay. You can move on.
I'm not.
You're ridiculous.
The whole like youngest thing is cool and it has its pros and cons. Mm-hmm. I would like us to look for more experienced players, especially in certain positions, because I think we lack it, and like you can see we lack it in certain moments. But yeah, like that's kind of all I hope that they do going forward. I mean, like the whole scouting, like Africa and the other like elements or the parts of the world that people don't look into, like that's just football manager thing. Like that's the sort of thing you do on Football Manager. That's so funny to me.
Yeah.
And then like with this, so the Mudryk thing, like I don't know who was thinking he was going to be on Palmer's level, like playing in the
it's anonymous, huh?
friggin' Ukrainian league. And he hadn't played for like 6 months or something when we bought him.
Yeah. I always kind of knew that this was the trajectory that they were going to head into, but I think the biggest issue is always going to be how much damage are you going to do before you get to the point where you're going to get, because obviously with an inexperienced team, there's going to come inconsistencies. We saw it last season. We saw it the season before that. And yeah, I mean, we dropped down to 12th, then we had a very patchy up and down. You can blame part of it on inexperience, obviously the other part of it being Mauricio Pochettino and then his injuries. But there was always potential there. I personally think that if it stays this way, if we are top 4 at the end of the season, which we have to be, right? And then we go on to next season. Maybe this season we win a trophy. Next season we're in the Champions League. We build a spine, because you can you can already see like there's kind of a spine forming now with Chelsea. You got Levi Colwill in there. You got Reece James in there. You got Cole Palmer in the 10. You got Jackson in there as well, and Moises Caicedo, obviously, who's right now undroppable. You build off of that. these guys are going to grow up, and then you keep bringing in young talents to learn from these guys. And then eventually you have a system of, okay, we have the spine. The spine's going to teach the young talent. The young talent's eventually going to become the spine. And then we keep that process going over and over and over with the best young talents in the world. And that's not, forgetting to mention, you got players like Esteval, who are already playing first team minutes at the age that they're at over in their country. Stavio, same thing over in Brazil. He's one that's I'm really excited about seeing. Andre Santos over at Strasbourg. People talking about how he potentially is going to take Enzo's role. Like a lot of really awesome young talents that I think we're going to have a really good team next season. I genuinely feel that way. As for the Mudryk thing, I don't know. But I could also see the Cole Palmer thing happening. But Cole Palmer, there's got to be consistency with Cole Palmer, which we haven't seen with the Big Six teams. But that's a discussion for maybe later in the show. Any other thoughts on the whole Chelsea project before I move on?
Interesting. You don't want to speak on the scouts. So that's fine.
I mean, I kind of did, though, didn't I? With the whole process of youth team and building the spine and finding more youth team and building more of the spine. I mean, I'm going to talk about the results of the scouting shortly.
If you say so.
But we have some links,
But no, Mudryk scouts is that. I mean, the Mudryk stuff, I understand, because the hype about Mudryk is about him being this amazing world-class player. He got a standing ovation at the Bernabeu, etc., etc., etc. But the rest of it...
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, allegedly. But the rest of it is like the rest of what we're doing. Again, I've been saying this last year that we're doing good things, but it doesn't matter until you start performing on the pitch. That's when 100%. People start to see it. So yeah, we need to win a trophy this season. If we get top, which it looks like we're going to do, and even if it's just a Conference League that we win, that will start showing people that like we're pulling in the right direction. So this season is extremely important. It's extremely important.
Mm-hmm.
And also, also the FIFA World Club Cup as well.
Oh yeah, that's big.
Big stage that we're going to perform at. Like, we're not expected to win, but like if we can go and actually perform and put a good showing on, then we're going on the world stage. Clear Lake and Iqbali, they're showcasing their product they've bought and what it's started to build up to. If we get to the layout of it, but if we get to like the semi-final or something.
Yeah, if we get far in the competition.
Then yeah.
I'm excited for that. One, because it's in the, I think all of it, if not most of it's in the United States.
It's all in the US.
It's all in the US. Yeah. So I get to, I'll go watch Chelsea in the US. I'll get to actually watch first team, like for football, which is exciting for me. I got to see preseason last season, 2 seasons ago. I didn't actually get to see like a first team Chelsea team. You know what I'm saying? Like fresh off the season, competing for competition. It'll be exciting. And then, Andre Santos and all the young talents.
Sorry,
what happened?
I'll go show with Omar. I gotta go. I'll be back depending on how long the stream going to be on.
Come on, man. You know how this rolls.
Well,
do you want to talk about Reece James? Because that's the next topic.
Okay.
Let's.
I don't need to go.
Scott,
I don't need to go.
Scott, did you want to say something before I move on?
Oh yeah, like I was just gonna say, I know I kind of mentioned this quickly earlier, with the scouts, but like it cracks me up so much. Like they're literally treating this club like Football Manager at times. Like it's so funny.
It really does feel that way. I mean, but at the same time, like obviously Football Manager is based off of the reality of it. So I guess we're kind of going back to how things should be in a sense, or how things in the modern day should be or structured. And I like it. I'm fine. I'm all for it. Obviously, I didn't like it how it started, but I'm looking at how it's resulting now, and I'm kind of pretty content with how things are. Okay, let's go ahead on to the next topic, which is something that was brought up while I was away that I didn't get a chance to really speak on, and I think it's It's a pretty big one. So, Reece James's leadership was questioned by Enzo Maresca some time ago. I have some tweets here to go over, pretty much in relation to the topic, and I kind of wanted to see what you guys' thoughts are on this as well. And by the way, Scott, if you have to go, you can go as well. Obviously,
no, I don't need to.
So Enzo Maresca has urged Reece James to show more leadership as Chelsea's captain and added that he believes his squad lacks a proper leader. Continuing on, one of the best things Reece James did yesterday, and this was at the end of October, was how vocal he was on the pitch. Maresca had stressed the importance of an imposing captain, and even though he was not shouting at everything and everyone, he was keen on communicating effectively, and he's probably referring to the Newcastle game. When Reece James had a goal line headed clearance, he took the applause from Sanchez, Colwell, and Fofana, but was quick to remind them that the game had not been won yet, and he needed them to remain focused, which is good. Obviously, good to have that mentality. And then also, in that time frame, Tosin and Vega are the ultimate teammates. Tosin Adarabioyo is always encouraging and pushing players on, but one thing he and Renato Vega did that was especially nice to see was that when VAR disallowed Palmer's first goal for offside, which I remember that, they were the first two players on the bench to clap for the team, urging them to keep going and not drop their heads. Which, if you guys watch Tosin in training, he is very much like a leader type. It's just the performances on the pitch haven't been good enough to have him be on the pitch and be a leader. It's also his first season at Chelsea. I'm a fond believer that you kind of have to be at least a season in the team before even being considered for captaincy. But we saw Moises Caicedo the other day was given the armband. This season, we saw Enzo Fernandez get given the armband. Levi Cole was spoken about being a leader in the group. Cucurella as well, being spoken highly as being a leader in the group. And Reece James, obviously, I guess I'll start off with this. How do you guys feel about this idea that the leader or the captain needs to be vocal? Because it seems that Maresca prefers a captain that is vocal on the pitch.
I think it's important, personally. Just because vocal to a certain extent, like it needs to not go too far. I think that was always the problem, and why, like, for example, I don't think like a David Luiz type would ever be a good captain. Same with like Rudiger. I don't think Rudiger would be a good captain just because I think he sometimes went too far, like the other way, like too far over the like vocal and stuff like that. Excuse me. So yeah, I think that it's good in that sense, and you obviously need some level of what's it called, like being vocal and leadership and whatnot. But yeah, I really don't think we have many like people who are captain material in the team, to be honest. I think like Reece, it probably could be. I think Cole probably could be. I think Caicedo is probably the closest one we've got, and that's because he's been a captain previously internationally.
That is true. I forgot about that. That's a good call. Oh,
yeah, and then
Scott,
like,
yeah,
no, it's alright. Like a little bit. Yeah, and then like I think, yeah, I just think we need more leaders in the team. Like the whole Tosin thing, I just don't care. Like, because my whole thing with that is like I've seen no leadership on the pitch. That leadership in training, leadership on the pitch is completely different.
Yeah.
Like I need to see it in games on the pitch to know like, okay, that you're actually a proper leader. Because like, for example, it's no different to like what Mudrik's doing in training than what he was doing in the pitch last season. Like all we saw was Mudrik having clips in training of he's doing bits in training. When it got to the pitch, it was nothing. So it's exactly the same. It's like if you're not doing it on the pitch, I don't care. Like really.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair assessment as well. Prime, do you think the criticism on Reece James's leadership is fair?
On his leadership, Yes, in terms of him being vocal. I think the type of person Reece is, he's kind of like the quiet type. He's more the type of player that is leading by example. There's a reason why Frank Lampard was not Chelsea captain. It was John Terry. I think it's one thing being a leader. Like, because Scott mentioned Rudiger, David Luiz, those two, they are leaders. They are a presence in the squad to have. But being the captain, it takes a different type of like personality and mentality to have. I think Reece can develop that because he's someone that actually wants to play for this club. I'd rather my captain be someone that is going to give their all for the club. So I think he will develop and grow into that. And I think what Maresca was doing before the Newcastle game, he was trying to push Reece. I've noticed that he says things in press conferences to push certain players, and they end up responding to that. Remember early in the season what he said about Madueke, and Madueke responded when he spoke about Madueke before the Bournemouth game, was it, or Nottingham Forest?
I can't remember which game. Might have been Forest.
The game,
I think it was Forest,
game where he scored the equalizer for us. Again, responding to what the manager had said. So what Maresca said about James wasn't like an insult or a dig. It was just trying to get him to like push up and step up to the role that he should be. He deserves to be the captain in this squad. You know, there's a reason why he got given the armband and the likes of Mount didn't. You know, and there's a reason why Maresca is speaking about Colwell being a leader as well. These guys, if Reece, Colwell, if they're part of this spine, your spine have to be, people in your spine, they've got to be leaders. Czech was a leader. Terry, Lampard, Drogba, they were leaders. They were part of our spine. So I don't have a problem with what I said about James.
But that's the thing, right? Like, in terms of this idea that the leader needs to be vocal, like, personally, my preference, I would like the captain to be vocal, right? Like, I feel like you need to be vocal on the pitch. You need to be telling players like, hey, dude, pay attention. You can't let Salah do that to you, or pay attention to Rico Williams, him doing this and that, right? Like, I think you do need to be saying these types of things on the pitch. I think communication is really important on the pitch. You look at Frank Lampard, he was never the type to really say much. Yet he never really had an issue in terms of being a captain when he was asked to be a captain. Obviously, JT was always the captain, right? He was the number one. But whenever JT wasn't available, it would fall on either Drogba or Lampard.
Yes.
I kind of don't see why Maresca has an issue with Reece being a captain and leading by actions versus,
I don't think it's an issue. Again, there's nothing wrong with what Maresca said. He's trying to push.
Yeah.
Like,
I get that
players.
part. Yeah.
You're supposed to push them. And also, back during that time, Lampard doing what he did, he wasn't our captain. There's a reason why he wasn't given the armband. Terry was. Yeah. And also, Lampard had, even take away Terry, Lampard had Drogba that was vocal. Petr Cech was vocal. He had other guys in that dressing room that were loud-spoken and vocal, that Lampard didn't necessarily have to be all the time. In this squad that we have, we don't have many, like we say Tosin as a leader, but we haven't seen it, like Scott said on the pitch. Colwell,
he doesn't play, so
but
like
Colwell,
he has, I don't see it.
Exactly.
Really?
Colwell might develop into a leader, but again, as of now, we don't know. Reece is our captain. We know he will develop into that. I believe he'll develop into being a leader, but like we still need to push him towards that as well. Reece needs to be more vocal because, like, even again in the Newcastle game, or not Newcastle game. I'll take the Liverpool game for example. When we equalize, that takes the leaders on the pitch, your captain being, okay, boys, switch on because we conceded. I think 5 minutes later. That should not be happening. At Chelsea, we shouldn't be conceding because if we were switched on and we dealt with it, arguably we can get a draw at Anfield. And all of a sudden, everyone's praising our performance, but because we conceded, everyone's saying that we played bad, which is not the case. So we need more of that. Again, there's nothing wrong with Maresca pushing these players because they're young. Young players should be pushed. Should be pushed to their limit. And if you can't hack it at Chelsea, whether it's Reece or anyone else, Colwell, etc., can't hack it at Chelsea, then leave. Because if you think your manager pushing you to be a leader is a bad thing, then you're not a Chelsea standard player.
I think that's fair. What were you going to say, Scott?
I was going to say, like, the thing with being, as you said, the thing with being a captain, the reason why I say you need to be vocal, you need to have all aspects in terms of being vocal. Being vocal isn't just shouting and screaming and this, that, and the other. Being vocal is, like, when you've got a guy, like Prime said, for example, you've got a moment. Let's take Gusto, right? For example, you take a guy like Gusto, who may be getting beaten in a game, like for example, United game is getting beaten by Rashford all the time. Being vocal, be going over to him and calming him down, and like speaking to him and telling him he needs to focus. That's not him shouting and screaming, but that's him being vocal. And it's the same, like but you also need to be able to do the other side of, like, you need to be vocal in terms of, you need to have the, like, shouting and screaming stuff in terms of in the right areas. And, like, for example, if something happens where something's instigated within the team, you need to have the like maturity, but also the I can't think what the word is, but just being able to, like, go over and kind of either diffuse that situation, both diffuse the situation, but also stand up for your players at the same time.
An example of that,
and
I think
I was
against Arsenal or Man United, when something was happening, and then Jackson was walking over, and then Reece just stepped in front of him and pushed him away. That sort of stuff, where if Jackson had gone over, he could have got booked again, and then, like, just de-escalating situation. Which I agree with. You need to do that.
And the thing as well, and what I just said there is an exact reason of why at the moment Colwell should be nowhere near leadership, because he hasn't got both sides. He can do the other side, the getting in your face, the making sure you back your teammates, the shouting, the screaming stuff. He can't do the other stuff. He for some reason, right? And this is because he's young, and this goes back to another point I'll mention in a moment. But, like, he can do one side, he can't do the other side. He can't do the calming presence in the back line, calming everyone down, making sure everyone's focused. He can't do that. But I don't expect him to do that at 20 years old or whatever he is, 21. And this goes back to another issue where you've got, at the moment, kind of the blind leading the blind, because everyone's learning on the job when it comes to being a leader. Like, as I said, our most experienced leader, captain, is Disasi, who's 5th choice centre-back, 3rd choice right-back. After him, it's Caicedo, whose only experience being a captain is for his international team, which is once every few months, and also he's 23. Like, you do get young captains, I grant you, but, like, that shouldn't be someone we rely on. And it's like, you're effectively kind of learning on the job and learning how to be the best captain while also trying to be a captain for everyone else. And so this is what I'm saying, like, if you have someone like a Tar, you have someone like trying to think of other captains currently in football, whoever, right? Like, they can be a captain and be a calming presence and be a leader for a guy like a Colwell, who in 3 years can then be a captain, and he'll be a leader for the next guy coming through in the centre as a young centre back, whoever, right? And it just carries on there. Like, for example, Terry came in and sorry, Prime, just before you go, Terry came in and the guy he was learning off of was Desai, and then Terry was helping guys like Christensen and Cahill and all of them when they came in to be a leader going forward because of who he was.
Well, that's why I was advocating for Thiago Silva to stay another season. Not in terms of him playing, but just having that leader in the dressing room.
Chris, you're also advocating for Thiago Silva to stay. To
help Reece and Colwell for one more season. That's why I wanted him to be. That's why even Aspie, as much as I was happy with him leaving, I thought maybe him having potentially another year. Because you can't buy, and I agree, we probably should have let them go and buy that leadership in, but we didn't, like, because John Terry, even though he had that natural thing about him when he came through at Chelsea, but the players he was learning from before he even got given the armband in the first place. And then when he got given the Chelsea armband, he was playing next to Ricardo Carvalho, who had won a Champions League before he joined Chelsea. Like, Colwell doesn't have a Carvalho playing next to him to learn from, and that's the thing. Reece James, like
Yes, Fofana.
Reece James has all the experience in the world because of what he's done previously, winning a Champions League, but he doesn't have. If he still had Aspie or he still had Silva in the squad just for a final season, I think that would help those two players so much from a mentality standpoint, not even just being on the pitch.
No, I agree, and I think the issue with both Silva and Aspie, and like others, because there's that what you said there is part of the reason I wanted to keep Jorginho as well. When we got rid of him, the issue with those guys, and this is one of the actually not even an issue with Clearlake, although it is a little bit, and with the ownership, it's more with the managers, especially last season. Like for me, after last season, Silva had to go purely because last season was the time to do everything we just mentioned. Like last season should have been the season where it should have been Silva's last season, and he spent the whole season helping Colwill. Fofana was out injured, so fair enough, but like Colwill, Badiashile, these guys, to get to a point where when he left, they were ready to step up. But instead, we spent the whole season like defending like morons. Silva was shit for most of the season, and Colwill played left back. Like we wasted a whole year in terms of our defense, in terms of learning off the ball and on the ball, from like a leadership and all the mental stuff. Not even technically, screw the technical stuff. From a mental side of it, we wasted an entire year because our manager was doing stupidness, and also because the guy that was meant to lead everyone ended up just being shit for most of the year, which doesn't help as well. But
which is why I wanted Silva, because even though I agreed with you, he was falling off. He shouldn't be in the team playing. But I wanted to keep him because the things that he should have been doing last year that we couldn't do because of our manager and also him just not being good enough anymore, he could have done this year. Even not playing, but just, being in the squad, maybe being in the matchday squad, but like having someone to learn from. Like you need that because
and it's like
no one's born a leader. John Terry wasn't born a leader. Even though he had the traits, he still needs to learn from the best to be the best. You need that.
And I mean, to be fair, Thiago, I don't know if you guys said this while I was gone, but to be fair, Thiago Silva's role last season should have been a rotational one, not a consistent starting one.
But players weren't fit.
No, I think not even just that, but I think Poch was over relying on him.
Yeah, I think players were fit, but he's, as I said, the only guy I remember consistently starting outside of Silva was Disasi. Like it was Disasi and Silva, I swear, for most of the season, because you had Cole playing left back, Fofana wasn't fit, Badiashile was a bozo.
But that's the thing too, Scott. To be fair, it wasn't even fitness, because when you think about it, prior to January, we were constantly complaining the fact that why are you playing Levi Cole left back when you have Ian Maatsen on the bench?
No, but it is because even the season beforehand, if Tosin was fit playing and Badiashile and Koulibaly wasn't a bozo, Silva wouldn't have needed to play many minutes. And I've been saying that for like 2-3 years about, even though Silva was a brilliant signing and it's great that we got 4 years out of him, we should not have relied on him as much as we did. I remember we had this conversation in the summer. We shouldn't have relied on him. We should have built a partnership. I've been saying that since 2019. Pick a partnership. We didn't do that. Tuchel came in. He was in our defense. And then the defense was supposed to be Aspie, Christensen, and Rudiger, or James, Christensen, and Rudiger. We didn't sign those two to new deals. They left. We brought in Fofana and Koulibaly. They were meant to be the partnership. Koulibaly was shit. Fofana got injured for 2 years. And so Silva had to play. And then we overplayed him. He was old anyway. And then he fell apart last year. Like we didn't plan this properly.
100%. I mean, and I think it is like a case of it's so many things. It's like dominoes, right? Like the first domino was Christensen and Rudiger leaving on freeze. Like that was the first domino. The second domino is their replacements, like Prime said, were a washed Koulibaly, who was the worst centre back that season, and we had Cucurella playing centre back at times, and he was still worse than that. He was awful. And Fofana, who had his 8th knee injury that season, I think, or 7th or whatever it was, but he got injured like immediately. So then Silva has to play, and then last season we could have done it, and again, like the next domino was Poch just being a complete moron, and like we're now in this situation. And are we just looking at?
I am not a clown.
Are we going to end up talking about transfers at all
I have a few. If you're talking about the center back ones, I have those.
Yeah. You have those? Cool. I'll speak on that when we get there because I have a lot to say on that.
Okay, cool. That's brilliant because I don't know diddly squat about any of them.
Are they unknown?
To me, they are. But,
Okay.
I mean, one's from Benfica
There's
and the other one's from the French league. I forget
Okay, never mind.
which, what team.
Are we done talking about Reese?
I mean, if you are.
Oh, it's talking about Reese.
Yeah,
What
the
do you mean if
leadership
I
stuff.
am? This is your
I
topic.
thought you were talking about like Aspie and. I mean, I would say, there's no real leaders in this Chelsea team right now. Like, we just got none. I just felt with Reece James, he was led by example on the pitch, and he hasn't obviously done that the last 2 years because he's been
on
injured.
pitch.
Yeah, he's been barely there, and I don't see him being taken off him either, by the way, unless
I mean,
it goes to Caicedo and Navy. If they think he's the leader of the
Yeah,
team.
but that's the thing. Caicedo is the only guy that looks like he could potentially be a captain material.
And he
outside of
leads
Reece.
by example
There's
too.
not a single other player. Like I said, Cole's got a long way to go. I don't think Enzo will be here long term, so it doesn't really matter.
Mhm.
And even I don't think he's enough of a leader on the pitch.
Not enough now.
There's no one else.
Also, we can't strip Reese of the captaincy. By the way,
Yeah, we're not going to yet.
like
I
that.
mean,
Actually, bad luck if you strip him.
yeah, I don't think it'll happen. I could see he won't be considered as much of a captain, but he will still be the captain. I can also see him stepping up, but I don't like. For me personally, I just don't see a good reason to strip him of it. I don't think it's hurting the team to say he's the captain, right?
Exactly.
So I think like
against Newcastle, he was our best player. He was man of the match.
Definitely,
Especially near the end, where we were defending, he stepped up for us. If we had James
Big
last year doing that in certain games, we probably could have got top 4. So,
Definitely, yeah.
but listen, anyone who's trying to have a go at Maresca or have a go at James, I think it's weird. I think what Maresca said is valid, so it's up to James now to step up. And I believe he'll do it. So, yeah, but if that's all on James, you know, because you wanted me to stay here for the slander of Reece James, which is weird. You know, this is like
I
that.
mean, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. I was like, Prime, you know. No, I mean, like, I was giving you, an opportunity because, then later on in the group chat, you'd be like, oh, notice how Marshall talks about James when I leave. You start doing all that. And I'm like, listen, I'm trying to beat the allegations, right?
No. Marshall was trying to set me up. He knows that I've been Reese's biggest defender this year. He's trying to set me up. He's gonna clip it up and be like, Prime slandering Reece James.
It'd be really bad. Like,
I know you're a gimmick. I know you're a gimmick.
There's no gimmick, but big
Take
up,
care.
Prime. Maybe we'll see you later. It'll be a 3-hour show, so maybe we'll see you in an hour or two. All right. So the next topic I wanted to move on to, that way we can get to some of these transfer news that I have here, right? Is Outcast. So there's, I mean, you guys already know there are some players that are outcasted from the team. Not even just him, but let's see what we have in terms of news for these players. So we have right here, this is from a while ago, but trust me, there's new news.
Wow, September 30th.
Yes.
Holy.
Listen, there's actually some new news to go with it, all right? But this is just stuff I saved because it kind of coincides with some of the new stuff that I have. So Chelsea will look for a solution for Carney Chukwuemeka in January as the player wants to play and Chelsea don't want him out of the squad for too long. Work is in progress already, and this is from September, early October, you could say. Then later on in the month, in mid-October, Barcelona are set to target out of favor Chelsea midfield duo Lavia and Carney Chukwuemeka in January. Obviously, take this with a pinch of salt because we know Lavia is not out of favor. He was just unfit. And then we have Ben Chilwell, which is also brought up, and he's one of the outcasts too. The plan remains for Chelsea and Ben Chilwell to part ways in January. This is beginning of October. Then Rudy Galletti also saying here, Man United are continuing their search for a new left back and have included Chilwell in the shortlist. Juve and Atleti have also asked for information on the English player who is expected to leave Chelsea in January. Again, this is from October, but now more recently, Ben Chilwell was offered to Borussia Dortmund. Was offered to Borussia Dortmund in the summer, but ultimately decided against signing him. So listen, we're looking for offers for Ben Chilwell, and now that Ruben Amorim is a part of Man United's,
There's no way.
listen, he plays straight at the back.
Ben
Ben
Chilwell
Chilwell, as a left wing back, is not a bad player.
He's
No,
gonna
he's
cook.
shit.
No, he's gonna cook. We need to try sell him, so we need
Listen.
to like, pick him up.
You don't think that what's his name? Oh my God, Lawrence Stewart. You don't think Lawrence Stewart can go into that United conference room, build up a solid PowerPoint with Ben Chilwell's highlights under Tuchel's system as a left wing back, and be like, you see, Ineos, this is why you and Ruben Amorim need Benny White Chilwell.
If he manages that, then if he does manage that, like genuinely serious, if he manages that, if I was a United fan, I would kill myself.
In a video game, in GTA 5, in GTA 6 when that comes out.
Because this is me assuming, right? This is me assuming that Amorim is going to have some level of say, like what's his face? Ten Hag did.
Ten Hag, yeah.
It's his.
I don't think he will because he's a coach. He's not coming in as a manager like Ten Hag.
Then if he doesn't, then they're fucked. I'm being serious.
Why are you him with Mount?
I mean, he doesn't fit their system at all, in any way, shape, or form. He's not a good left wing back anyway, and even if he was, like, the stuff that we were asking him to do at left wing back wouldn't be what Amorim wants him to do, which is the stuff he needs to be good at, which he isn't good at, like being able to beat a guy 1v1, being able to stay wide, being able to have good deliveries from wide areas, all the stuff that we criticize him for, can't do. And he's on big wages. So, like, what? Are they going to sign him on loan? Are they going to sign him
against us?
No, shit. Like, if they're watching this stream, then, like, cool.
That is cool, yeah.
Then also as well, the biggest reason why they won't and why they shouldn't, and as I said, if they listen to Amorim, they won't, is because when it comes to his wing backs, Amorim typically plays wingers.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So you're saying like
Anthony
has more of a chance of playing left wing back than Ben Chilwell getting signed.
Team, currently in his sporting team, this isn't always true. He does have a few other players play wing back, but currently in his sporting team, his two starting wing backs are wingers. So, like, I think they're going to play Mazraoui at right wing back, so they need a guy on the left wing back who's more of a winger, who's converted. So, like, to begin with, it won't be Rashford. To begin with, it will be someone like an Anthony or a Garnacho to plug that hole. But it will be someone they need to get. They need to get someone like they could go get like Nuri because he's a bit more of like an actual wing back.
Yeah, for sure.
And like he has got the ability in terms of like 1v1 ability, delivery from wide areas, the ability to kind of keep wide and stay on the touchline and stuff like that. But yeah, like outside of that, this is never happening. And I find it so jokes, by the way, if this is true about Dortmund, that they turned down signing Chilwell, because I think they just got a new left back this summer.
I don't remember his name.
How old is Chilwell? Like
27?
Oh, he's close to retirement.
Oh my god. Ben Chilwell.
I mean, he ain't lasted past 34, 32.
Oh, he should retire. So it's
yeah, he's 27, yeah.
27. He says 28 a month. Jesus.
I think he's going to be in early retirement. I think with Chilwell. Not because it's all the injuries as well. I think he's just fucked him over the years. And he's just nothing what he's like before.
He's going to be, bro, he's going to be back at Leicester when his contract finishes. If they
That's
even want him.
I mean, they'll take him for free.
Who knows? I mean,
his contract actually runs out at the end of this year, I think. Unless he signed a contract extension. No, never mind.
But didn't we sign him on a longer deal?
Yeah, it's till 2027.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought we signed him in a longer deal first season.
We did lower his wages, right?
I don't know.
Let me look. I need
we gave him a new contract on April 2023.
Wow. I mean, listen, all I'm saying, ladies and gents, is that Luke Shaw is not available. because he's worse. And when it comes to injuries, Luke Shaw is actually worse than Reece James and maybe Chilwell.
Luke Shaw wouldn't be a good wing back for them anyway. Like they haven't got anyone currently in there.
So but that's the thing. This is the thing I'm trying to say. They're in the market.
They need a wing back.
Yeah, but again, like they don't have to bench yours.
There's a million out wing backs out there, but do they?
I'm just saying, there's a chance. There's a chance.
Do they compare to Ben Chilwell's CV?
He is terrible.
There's a chance. So we'll see. But again, another player that's out of favor, looking for a club. Dortmund apparently. Ben Chilwell was offered to Dortmund. But yeah, even Dortmund didn't want him. So we'll see in January. Obviously, he's
sorry, it's not. It's still 20. Sorry to interrupt. It's still 2027, by the way. His contract.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's such a long way from. That's 3 years from now.
We're gonna get some good use out of him.
Well, 2.5 years. Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say, Chris?
We're gonna get some good use out of Chilwell.
Oh, I thought you said juice. I was like, what?
Juice, yeah.
Use, got it. But yeah, listen, the player obviously is going to try to push for a move. He's been isolated. He had one cameo this season in the Carabao Cup against Barrow. Outside of that, he was on the bench against Newcastle. Now we're not even in the Carabao Cup, so now he's not even playing at all. I don't even think he's in the Conference League squad, to be fair.
He's not.
He might get a cameo in the Premier League. He might.
No.
They are no against last place.
Bro, all his purpose in this team is to assist with practice when they're missing men. Like, I'm so serious. I'm not even joking. That is literally like one of the things that we read about, that he's not outcasted, but he's asked to come in when they're missing players. Like, I don't mean to laugh because it's a shitty situation for a player, but like,
he's on 200k a week, man.
So
give me his life.
This is what happens to terrible players.
It's really fucked. No, Malang Sarr didn't even get that treatment. Like,
nah.
You know, what do you mean? Malang Sarr
he played with the U21s. Yeah, he played with the U21s.
He didn't even train with U21s.
They forgot he's there, man.
In a locker.
Yeah. They forgot he's there.
Fucked.
I mean, Joe was planning on 200k still a week. Like, he's living like
200k to be a code man. It's crazy.
I'm feeling sorry for other people, not that man.
But yeah, the amount he's getting paid to, like, I get it.
There's some people who would love to do that.
So, another one that I'm not gonna. What did I just do? I'm not gonna say that he's outcasted, but there's already links for this guy to leave the club, and he just joined us.
Oh, it's KDH.
It's going to be Tuchel. What a waste of time.
I told you.
This is a weird transfer. I'm not going to lie. This was a very strange transfer.
Signing him? Oh.
No, it was a strange transfer for us signing him. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, that's what... Okay. I wasn't sure if that's what you meant. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, it's just the transfer of it happening with the whole Gallagher thing was just really weird. But okay, so here we have Aston Villa are showing an interest in signing Keenan Dewsbury Hall in January. The midfielder is already unhappy with his game time under Enzo Maresca at Chelsea and is considering leaving. And now, listen, obviously, take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt. This source is sometimes right, sometimes wrong. It's not super reliable. But at the end of the day, there is no smoke without fire. I'm sure he probably is looking for a move, but I don't think he's unhappy. I think he's understanding of his role. But I mean,
who needs to tell that guy in the comments, man? Like, Chelsea was so gassed when they got their own KDB.
I don't think. I don't think any of you guys here were really gassed about him coming to the team.
No, that's why we tell that guy because
we thought he was like, all right, he's a decent player. He could potentially be good.
I said at the time.
At the time, what'd you say, Scott? You cut off a little bit.
I said at the time it didn't make sense. I didn't understand why it was, and I was told on it, but he understands the system. It's like
I feel like at the time, he understands the system. He's played under Enzo Maresca before, and I feel like at the time it was like, okay, clearly this is the guy that's going to replace Conor Gallagher. I don't even know if he's replaced Conor Gallagher.
He was some sort of wise man, you're saying, basically, at the time about Maresca and just giving a good word of him.
Yeah,
What's it
pretty
like?
much. The man came around the Cobham dressing room with a Bible and says, "All right, put your hand on the Bible and now repeat after me. Enzo Maresca is the greatest manager in the world, and I am going to invert." Like that's what I feel like he did.
That's what I said. Gallagher is more useful to the team than this guy because he just has no use to the squad.
That's kind of where I'm at with it, right? Like I feel like Connor. Listen,
All he
Connor
had
had
was
no use either. They both had no use.
No, I think Gallagher did have a use. I think coming off the bench, I wouldn't mind it. No, he did because he runs around and gives it all.
but even like KDH doesn't like press nearly as much as Connor Gallagher did. Listen, we don't. I don't have to say like I'm not trying to say that his pressing was great. I just think it did something, which isn't the bar isn't really high, but KDH I just don't know. Like, okay, let me reel it back a little bit. I think KDH has had some decent moments this season. Nothing like highlighted.
Oh yeah,
really.
he had that one good pass,
That's what I mean. Like, there's not really much to cry home about. He's also not playing in his preferred position all the time. He's kind of been used more of a utility guy. He's a cam. He's an attacking midfielder.
I've seen players as a 10. Number 8/10, yeah. I thought he was that, yeah. And
so he's an attacking 8, essentially, is what we're saying?
Kind of. Like when he played for Maresca last season, so they played a 4-3-3, like base, but then he would be the midfielder of the three that stepped forward.
Yeah. Why can't we do that?
I just don't think we have. Well,
I mean, begging for 4-3-3.
we do with Caicedo.
No, we do it with Palmer. Like the way we play is kind of
I guess.
Like Palmer is the one that steps forward.
Okay, there's some games I see Cole Palmer drop into the midfield for sure, but there's some games he's like a second striker, Scott. Like
no, like I agree, but like
that Arsenal game, for example, he was like a second striker most of the way on the left side.
I think I think KDH was kind of playing the same way last season. Like it's a different league and everything. Yeah, the KDH one is weird because like I don't even think he's been bad this season. It's just like it was still a pointless transfer because
he's just not been.
He was never going to play above the three guys ahead of him.
Yeah,
he has somewhat of ability, but
I'm trying to think of a comparison, like a previous comparison, like a previous team, a Chelsea squad, where I'm like, he's almost like, I don't know. I feel like that's disrespecting Ross Barkley.
Is it?
Because I feel like even Ross Barkley, when he came off the bench, like he had some good moments, and he had a good shot on him.
I remember his
good KDH hasn't shown me that either.
He came on against Sevilla, took the penalty and fucking hit the post or something.
Yeah, I can't think of another player that.
Oh, Valencia.
Valencia, okay. I don't remember the team. I just remember coming on and taking that penalty. Bastard.
I don't remember. Yeah, I can't think of another player in Chelsea's history where that reminds me of.
I wonder how much we sell him for. I'd hope for like around 20 million.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Just make the money back that we spend.
Yeah, at that point. Yeah, but I mean, like at the same time too, like you look at the quality of the player. Like, I think he's the type of player that you get because he won't throw much of a hissy fit for being on the bench for too long.
I mean, by sounds of it, he's not happy.
Well, if that's accurate, then yeah, sure, but I don't think it's accurate.
I don't blame him.
No, but like, I also don't buy that. By the way, the source, by the way, that came from
is
it's the same source. Yeah, he's the same guy that said we were going to get Anthony, or we were interested in Anthony, I should say.
Yeah, I don't trust him all the way.
So I don't trust him. Like, I think he's still good to Villa.
Oh yeah.
What was I going to say? I just can't remember what to say. Yeah, it's just a weird transfer. Like, it just doesn't really make any sense at all.
Another one too, and if you remember what you were going to say, just by all means barge in. But like another one too that looks like it's going to happen, and I'm not opposed to it. I think he does need to be replaced. I've given it enough time. I've been patient, and I've not seen the player that came to this team in January of 2022 or 2023, actually. Yeah,
23. Yes, March.
Yeah, it was 23. Okay. It's Badiashile. So let's go ahead and bring this up. I got 2 tweets on this. So from Foot Mercato, Christopher Nkunku, Wesley Fofana, Axel Disasi have been assured they remain part of the Chelsea project, but Benoit Badiashile appears to be on his way out. We continue on. Ben Jacobs here saying that Chelsea understand Chelsea are not looking to sell Benoit Badiashile, who remains highly regarded at Stamford Bridge. He's part of the long-term project and seen as having a bright future. The stats show Badiashile's passing range is among the best for defenders in Europe, and he is progressing well at Cobham. Chelsea believe Badiashile is providing an excellent competition in a highly competitive squad. He is also versatile, so he can be used as a left center back. What? Left back? Or even partner Levi Cole as a right center back, as he did against Liverpool when he came on for Tosin. I do not want to see if I see Badiashile at left back. I'm going to flip. We might need
him there to come on. I don't know. It might be just a sub, right? Like we're winning.
No.
We just hold it.
Didn't he come on as a left back against Liverpool?
No.
Nope.
Okay, so yeah, no.
I was going to say that this. I think we talked about this on Lewis's stream when this came out. That last sentence, by the way, is false. It was Levi that played as the right centre back.
Okay, got it.
So that tells me, because this was written by Ben Jacobs, I think that tells me he didn't watch the game.
Oh my god. Okay. Against Conference League teams, yes, Badiashile looks decent.
Even the Carabao Cup.
Everywhere else, not so much. Carabao Cup, he got mollywopped against freaking Newcastle, dude. Yeah, a horrible game. Like, I get what it's saying. Like, he does have good passing range. Yeah. We have seen him do well. He used to be this really calm-headed defender, like that would just, you wouldn't see him be rash or reactionary. He would just remain calm, know exactly what he had to do, and put in a good tackle or dispossess the opposition player, have good passing. I just haven't seen that, against a proper team. Against the Conference League, it's fine. Cool. That's great that you can do that. Hopefully you garner the confidence to be able to do that when you're asked to do it in the Premier League. That is a much tougher competition. Or later in the season when we're in the FA Cup, if you can do that during FA Cup ties, cool. That's great. Right now, I just feel like it would be more beneficial for the club if you just go to AC Milan or whatever club you're linked to, and we get a transfer fee out of you, because I feel like there's we'll talk about the other center backs very soon. I think we're only 3 topics away from it, but I feel like we're better off just going back out in the market, getting a younger center back. You have Aaron Anselmino coming up as well.
No.
I'd rather him get the minutes that you would be getting. Talk to me, Scott. What do you disagree with it there?
If Anselmino comes into this team, I swear to fucking Christ, I'll be done with this club.
You think he's too young?
He's in his first professional season currently.
I mean, that was Jackson last season, pretty much.
No, it wasn't.
What was his second professional season? But his first full professional season.
Cole Palmer's first professional season.
What do you mean his third?
When you mentioned Cole Palmer,
his third. He was on loan. He was on loan 2 years ago. Then he was playing for Villarreal the season before we bought him.
Wait, where did he go on loan 2 years ago?
Albacete, I think is how you say them.
Is that La Liga side?
I don't know how many games he played.
I'll look it up while you're rebutting the whole.
Yeah, I'll be just disappointed and done with this ownership group, because it just shows me that Tosin. I know I was going to speak about it later, but it just shows me that Tosin was an outlier, and Disasi was an outlier in terms of their ages. Anselmino, I think, is in his first full professional season. Playing football is 19, playing in the Argentinian league. He should not be anywhere near this team. And then, it should not be someone younger than Badiashile. He's 23 or 24.
So, I mean, okay, I just looked it up. CD Mirandes.
Oh,
that's
wrong.
A La Liga 2 team.
Yes.
So do you want to count that as a professional season?
Yes, they are. They play professionally.
All right,
Men's
fair
football
enough.
in a
I get.
like,
where
it's
you're
the
coming from.
it's the equivalent of playing in the championship in Spain.
Okay, well, that's fair enough.
What
All right,
about
I'll
Cole
give you that.
Palmer, man? His first professional season at Chelsea.
He did have.
That was luck, though.
He did
Yes.
have
I
cameos.
was going to say, no one was expecting
in
Cole Palmer
City.
as he was going to be.
Oh God, no, yeah.
Yeah. You know, if anything, I'm gonna put the new striker links.
I think it's more, I agree with
I knew
Scott.
I
Though.
liked
I
him.
like an older, experienced centre back over a very young, inexperienced centre back. I want more of a leader at the back. So I agree. Like, and one, I haven't watched the other guy because he plays in the Argentina league and he's not really done it that much.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Tired of signing these fucking 20-year-old centre backs.
I guess where I'm coming from is because I'm just Axel, I'm willing to cut a little bit of slack because he hasn't really even played as a center back this season. He's been mostly asked to do duties as a right back and then invert into like a right-sided center back at times. But Badiashile doesn't have an excuse. Like
Why?
last season he didn't look great. He did come back from the hamstring surgery. I remember that, but last season he couldn't be relied upon. And then this season he looks decent against the Conference League sides, and then when you ask him to play against tough opposition, he struggles. So for me, maybe, listen, it's still early days. Maybe by the end of the season he turns it around, which I would love because I do like the Badiashile we got in 2022. He
I
was
love that.
we spoke about this. He was arguably one of the signing of the seasons.
Such a bargain as well when that first
For the
season
price that
came.
we got him for, exactly. Like, it was such
Now
a
it's,
good player, but now it's like, man. So
Poch
time will
Low-
tell with
It's all,
that.
I think I keep saying it with Badiashile, like it's all mental.
Yeah.
Like none of it is ability. Like
That's what I mean. Yeah.
that's what's kind of nuts about it. Is like it. I don't have an issue with him on a what's it called? Yeah, like I don't really have an issue with him. Technically speaking, like technically he's very good. It's just
Yeah.
everything about him is mental. Like his lack of concentration, the
Mhm.
yeah, just everything. Like it's just a mess with him. And like we're at the point where like last year I could have given it to him. We're at this point now where we're like at the end of this season, if he gets to the end of the season, it's going to have been
Yeah,
2
it's
full
yellow.
years, 2 full years of the same, of like just nothing but mistakes and whatnot. And it's like,
And to be fair, too, like, it's not like things were peachy under Graham Potter either. Like, there was a lot of pressure under Graham Potter. And our season.
or the totality.
No, I just mean like in the terms of the situation of the club, like the situation of the club, like we were in an unstable time. There was a lot of pressure on the team. We were losing, but that didn't affect them then. And now we're in winning ways, or at least, we're in competitive ways. And he still hasn't like snapped back to that version, which is so weird. It's a bizarre situation because now you also you look at like players like Mudryk, right? Mudryk has been given game time. He's been given confidence in certain positions. He's been getting minutes, and we'll talk about minutes with another player, but he's been given minutes, and he looks like he's now finally hitting that trajectory that we wanted from him, which is upward. With Badiashile, like it hasn't switched on yet, and it's upsetting because there. I know there's a good player there. We all know there's a good player there. But how much time do you want? You know what I'm saying? But that being said, also let's actually talk about some center back targets that we have, which Scott, you wanted to bring up, I'm sure. I don't know about these guys at all, so I mean, I'm gonna lean on you for some knowledge here. So let's start off with the first tweet that I have here. What happened to my thing? I just had it. Anyways, let me get it back up. Mind you, I had these tweets saved for a while. And now that there's news coming back up, I'm adding the new news as well as the old news. So back in September, we were actually linked with these players already. So Chelsea are scouting Lukeba at Lukeba, thank you. Lukeba, and really like Thomas Araujo. This was back in the 27th of September, ladies and gents. So Lukeba plays for, is that Salzburg or is that Leipzig? Okay, so Leipzig, and then we have Araujo that plays for Benfica. We continue on. Castello Lukeba is one of the names Chelsea are following, the 27th of September. And then we fast forward to this week. Chelsea are actively scouting and monitoring and starting some contacts for center backs in Europe. It's a position they are really looking at. Could be January or next summer. Thomas Araujo is a player they love. There was also links for who's the one from Nottingham Forest? Like, I forget his name. Murillo, not Murillo, Murillo. Yeah. He's a right back, I believe, or no, he's a left back.
No, he's left-sided centre back.
Okay, left-sided centre back. So there's also another one too, if you want to throw that into the mix. But Scott, talk to me, I guess, about Araujo or Lukeba or whichever one.
Lukeba I kind of like. I haven't seen too much of him, but from everything I've heard, I hear good things. He played for Lyon before Leipzig. Was very good for them. Was part of like that really good Lyon team that had Cherky, had who else did they lose? It was that Lyon team that just got raided. Guimaraes. Like he was part of all that team. Heard good things. The only issue, it's not an issue necessarily for me, but it might be an issue going forward depending on who the club wants to start. Is he's a left-sided centre back as well. So unless you're going to move Cole across or drop Colwell, which I would, and start him. He's also got a few years under him. He's quite young. I think he's 21. But
I believe this is the player right here.
No, this is Araujo. I'll get to
Araujo, yeah.
Yeah, with Lukeba, like he is quite young, which worries me, and like I just don't really want young centre backs at the moment. But yeah, he is one that's interesting. Like he looks good, and has played obviously played in France, understands the physicality. Played in Brazil as well. Looked good in Brazil, which is always quite hard to do for a centre back. So that's a good sign. As for Araujo, I hope we don't sign this guy, man. Like, I really hope we don't sign him. I don't want him at all.
Okay. I remember in the summer, I'm pretty sure we were linked with Lenny Euro, and then that just never happened.
I'd have taken Euro.
But Euro's 18.
Yeah, but he's also played in, what's it called? He played in Liga already. So again, it's a physicality thing. And the thing with Euro is he was like linked with Real Madrid. So like you could tell there was some level of like, okay, he's going to be one of those players. And even with Euro, it was like, if, for example, if we'd got Euro and we'd have been playing Euro and Cole together, I'd be pissed right now. Like, that's the thing. And that's ultimately what it comes down to with these centre-backs. Even with, like, Araujo, what I'm saying doesn't mean he's crap. But it's like, I don't want any of these centre-backs that we're linked with. Like, even Murillo. Like, Murillo I actually didn't rate at all. I thought that he was very rash and everything.
Yeah.
That's the wrong word. Yeah, I thought he was very rash, among other things. But I saw him play against Forest's last game, Newcastle. Even though they lost, he was actually very good in that game. Again, he's a left-sided centre-back. But yeah, as I said, like, I just don't want young centre-backs. Like, that's all we've got. Like, I want someone to, again, it's what I spoke about earlier, I want someone with leadership. Like, if we go and sign a Araujo, that's another, I looked, he's 22. Yeah. He's also in terms of like full first team minutes, like as in full first team player. This his like, I think second full season and first full season as a Benfica player. Again, like playing actual real minutes. Yeah. And so it's like we're just signed again. Like it's just a football manager thing, and it's like that's funny sometimes. Like, it's kind of like with the scout thing, it's kind of funny that we're doing this football manager thing of like, you go and just send scouts to all of the best places scouts, so like South America, Africa, particularly Western Africa and things like that. Like that stuff's kind of funny, and we're doing the multi-club model and like affiliate clubs and all that stuff. But in terms of going and sign every young wonder kid, like that works in a video game.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't work in real life.
But would you say, well, do you think part of your hesitation with Araujo, for example, do you think part of that's also the fact that he's coming from Benfica and we kind of saw what happened when Enzo, who came from Benfica, transitioned over to the Premier League? Is that part of your worry as well?
Not really, because it's two different positions, right? And we've already seen
that's fair.
When it comes to centre backs in this league from Benfica, well, David Luiz, for example, came from Benfica and was very good. Obviously,
Marshall begs to differ.
But he was good for us. I think he was better as a DM.
He was brilliant. He was brilliant for us, man. So talented. He's one of my favourite players, so I can't.
But yeah, like, and I think I'm trying to think of other examples of like centre backs that have come, or defenders, sorry, that have come from the Portuguese league. I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Ruben Dias and
Ruben Dias is unreal. Yeah. But the thing that Ruben Dias did, and Steve has talked about this before, and this is the other thing when it comes to like Benfica and players leaving Benfica. Ruben Dias left Benfica at the right time after he'd had a number of years there where he'd managed to build up a reputation and build something up. But like you see at the moment, everyone that leaves Benfica at the moment that's really young has barely had any has had like 1 season or 2 seasons of football, isn't doing well at the moment, or as well as people expected. Enzo, for example, is the big one. I'm trying to think of others off the top of my head. I can't think of any. Like the only ones I can think of that went well, that had and they had seasons, were Diaz and Neves, the guy at PSG. Like he's actually doing well. Outside of those, I don't really remember any. Oh, obviously Ramirez. I don't know how long he was there for.
I mean, take this with a pinch of salt if you want. This is kind of impressive. Top 7 league U23 center backs with the best defensive duels won, and Lukeba's only 5th. 83% of his duels won. I mean, there's impressive stats here.
Again, it's just the stats and the performances aren't the issue.
It's the experience for you.
Yeah, it's like.
And the age, obviously.
Let's say, for example, let's just say we sell Disasi and Badiashile and go and sign Lukeba and Araujo. We will have lost, in terms of years, I want to say 6 years of experience.
Yeah. But I mean, just to play a devil's advocate here, right? It's not so much. By the way, actually, carrying on your point, I'm going to look something up. I was going to say, like, in terms of the experience aspect of it, it's not. I'm not saying you're making this argument. I don't think you are, but in terms of the experience that the Sassi and Badiashile have, wouldn't you say that with Lukeba and Araujo, it's not so much about the age, but it is about the minutes they've played, the teams they played for, and the competitions they've been a part of? Because Lukeba, to benefit, actually both of them really, they both have Champions League minutes. Like they have experience playing at high level competition, which does count for something. At Monaco, yeah, I guess so.
They played in the Champions League.
Yeah, that's true.
And they also were part of the second or third best league defense.
See, like if it were up to me, I would still. Well, Todibo's off the table now, right? I would still go for who was the one for Sporting that we were linked with last season? I can't remember his name.
Diomande? No, absolutely not.
Diomande, yeah,
absolutely not. Again, another 20-year-old.
But wouldn't he at least have more experience, and more experience than these two?
Like, yeah,
been
but
doing it for a bit.
Again, like having more wrong person. Like having more.
And I'm seeing some links here, though, Scott. Like, because you were just saying, listen, take it with a pinch of salt, because I don't know if these are legitimate or not, but they are there, with Lukeba. Because I'm looking for like a highlight reel and I'm finding these things. Justin Castillo Lukeba is Real Madrid's favorite option for center back from Marca. There's some things here. Like it seems like there is a talent here.
No, 100. And again, it's not Marshall. It's not talent.
Again, I'm sorry. I keep conflating your point. Yeah,
not talent that I'm talking about. Like, for example, if you were to ask me, would I take Lenny Euro now today? I'd say no, because it's not a talent thing. Right now, the piece we're missing in defense is not talent. Like Fofana, in terms of talent, in terms of potential, if he gets past the injury thing, the talent is there. Same with Colwell, the talent is there. Like these guys are talented. Even Anselmino, everything I hear is he's talented. The issue with everyone I've just mentioned is experience. Like, let me go back to Araujo for a second. prior to this
Yeah,
season, prior to this current season that he's playing, he had played in the league about 2,500 minutes of first team football. 1,800.5 minutes of those were for a Portuguese League 2 side.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, sorry, not a Portuguese League 2. Was for a Portuguese league side, but wasn't one of the big ones. He was on loan. Last season, he played 400 minutes in the league for Benfica. This is his second professional season, like full professional season where he's a starter. First at Benfica. Like to me, that's not good enough. Like I'm sorry,
I get
that's
that.
that's what's the difference between that and Mudryk
Not really much.
when we signed him?
Obviously,
Mudryk could play,
that
Mudryk
player's
could play less than 50 league games.
Yeah.
Which is actually, funnily enough, if you want to talk league games, Araujo has played 43 Portuguese league games.
That's not that much.
And this is what I'm saying is like, if we were to get rid of, if everything I said goes through in terms of we get rid of the two centre backs and get Lukeba and Araujo, our most experienced centre back outside of Tosin would be Fofana.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say Lima Cole, but no, it'd be Fofana.
Wait, why are we looking at Real Madrid's targets?
Because I was just going to say, like, if it were up to me,
Jonathan
obviously it's not up to me, but I wouldn't be opposed to Jonathan Tah or if Emerick Laporte is up for grabs, like, I don't think that's a bad shout.
That's something we should be all over.
Yeah.
Oh, Laporte,
especially if it's
Spanish
Emerick Laporte on a free.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
because I don't know what his current contract is right now with Emerick Laporte.
But like, also, this tells me everything. I don't know how whether to take this with a pinch of salt. I don't know how believable this is. Look at who they're looking at. They're looking at Tah and Laporte to experience, and you look at Lukeba, and it's like they can afford to look at a guy who's talented and young because they've also got Alaba who's there. Obviously, I think he's injured at the moment, but they've got Alaba. They've got
Rudiger, Alaba,
already.
Well, actually, let's look at Real Madrid squad.
Like, they've got those guys already, so they can afford to have a Lukeba. Lukeba comes in and immediately becomes our, like, third oldest centre-back or something like that.
They have plenty of players here that could, you know, take the
I don't even
mantle.
kept Rudiger as well, man.
I know Carvajal is gone, but we're not gone, but he's injured. But Militao's also injured, which is why there's the links. Rudiger.
By the way, I said that just kind of off the top of my head. I was right. If we sell Disasi and Badiashile and get Lukeba, he immediately becomes our third oldest centre-back.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean...
And he's 21. He turns 22 in a month.
Mm-hmm. Whatever happened to Jimenez, too? I just saw his name the other day.
Oh, he's kind of...
How old is Jonathan Tah? Like 24?
He's 27.
Oh, wow. I would take him.
This month. Oh, sorry, this year. And that's what I'm saying. And like, that's where this ownership group has to show me something. Because it's like...
28.
I initially... Oh, they're 26. Is he 26 or 27 this year then?
28.
Or something.
Oh, he's 28. Oh, he turns 29 this year then. My mistake. Even so, like, that's the perfect age to get this guy in, because then when he gets to the point where you need to get rid of him, that's what. Let's be kind and say like 3-4 years. Cool. At that point, you've then got Fofana, who at that point will be 26, 27. You'll have Colwell, who will be like 24, 25.
Chilly.
And if they get to the level that they should be unreal centre backs. And then you've got, okay, Tah can go, and then you've got those two. And then at that point, you can have maybe like someone else behind him. I don't know, Anselmino behind him. Who knows? That should be the plan. Instead, we're trying to do this thing where we develop all these guys at the same time, but with no one there as like to learn off of, like of someone to aspire to. Like who are Colwell and Fofana aspiring to be? Who are they challenging themselves to be like at this point? That's in the squad.
Themselves.
Really, it was Thiago Silva, but he's not in there anymore. It's the only leader personality that they have there to look up to is Tosin. And I mean, I was going to ask you this, Scott.
And they're better. They are better.
Okay, yeah, you're right. But I was going to ask both of you this. Why not? Are you guys willing to be patient with Tosin? Because to be fair, in my opinion, I don't think Tosin has looked terrible.
No,
I don't think he's been like outstanding. Like I don't think he's been like Levi Cole's level outstanding. I think with him this season, the mistakes that he's made are more like just not not switched on versus like errors on the ball or like mistakes on the ball kind of stuff. Which I think to me that could be fixed. And I think he could be pretty decent for the team. I don't think he's been terrible.
No, I've asked this question to multiple people, and I think I asked you this, Marshall, and I'll ask you again. Can you say definitively, hand on heart, you can say there's much of a difference between Tosin and Fofana?
Oh, no, you've asked me this. Yeah, I can't say there is.
Cool. Tosin is 4 years younger. Sorry, 4 years older.
Yeah. But, like, at the same time, though...
Like, he's 27. There's no growth. There's no moving forward. His growth is to become a number 2 centre-back. Great. Fantastic. His level is where he's at. I'm not being patient for what? Like, can he get better? Probably. Is it to the level that we want him to get to? No. And I've said this before. I don't think if we're going back, like, this is where I will go to the ability level. Yeah. All of our centre-backs, I don't think, even Cole at this point, I don't think any of them are good enough to start for Chelsea to get to where we want to be. To be top 4, different conversation. To get to challenging Arsenal and challenging City and challenging Liverpool, like, to get to that level, none of our centre-backs good enough to start for Chelsea right now.
Chris, what do you think?
With Tosin, right, like you said, I don't think there's much thing wrong with Tosin this season, but say Fofana gets injured, right, then he's there the backup. I'd rather him be the backup over Disasi and Badiashile. Those are the 2 centre-backs I want to see gone for Tosin. We got Tosin on a 3. I don't think he's on a high contract, so I'd just rather get rid of the other 2 first. I don't think he's like I agree with Scott as well. He's like 4 years older and Fofana, and he's not better than Fofana in my opinion. He's just behind him, and he's just not better. So I would still keep him until Badiashile and Disasi gone, by the way, though.
So here's the thing, though. Like, Scott's right. As of right now, I don't see a very noticeable difference between Tosin and Fofana. But in my head, I'm thinking I am willing to give Tosin the benefit of the doubt. He's not been playing too many minutes. I think if he gets a run of games, maybe we'll see a little bit more sharpness from him. And I do think he can step up. Is he going to be like a Thiago Silva? Obviously not. But I feel like he can be decent enough to be a solid partnership with Levi. But that's also going to take time. And there is going to be a time this season, I'm sure of it, where Fofana is going to be out. And we're going to have to rely on Tosin. And then from there, we'll probably see what happens with him. I'm also not opposed to actually going out there and going out for Emerick Laporte or Jonathan Tah. Although Jonathan Tah is a little bit more on the older side, we did get Tosin on a free. You could see maybe movement there where Tosin goes and then Tah comes in. I did see a comment earlier about bringing in Max Hummels, which now in hindsight, you know what? That probably wouldn't have been a bad shout. There's a lot of like nuances there that it's hard for me to say with like bold, vigor that, okay, we 100% need to get rid of Tosin and need to bring us someone else that's 100% better. I do still think we need to reinforce in the center back position, whether it be an experienced player like a Laporte or something. Like, as much as I would be for it, do I think it's necessary? I don't know. It's tough to say. It's a weird situation because I don't know what the solution really is, because I don't know what the outcome of the season is going to be, No,
I hear you. But like, I think my thing with Tosin is like, I would sell him anyway, but I think he gets sold out.
He's not a free, so yeah, you break profit off of him.
I think he gets sold anyway out of necessity, because it's like, if we're signing, even let's say for example we sign Araujo.
It's not a bad shout too, by the way.
Yeah, I take Ruben Diaz
because he's on a free after the season, isn't he?
Yeah, but that's depending if he doesn't want it. He probably want to stay.
Yeah, it depends. It depends if City want to are that desperate to keep him. But yeah, like say we sign Araujo, we're not signing Araujo, at least it would make no sense to sign Araujo right now for him to be fourth or fifth choice centre back. So if he comes in, he probably likely goes ahead of same with Lukeba. They probably go ahead of Tosin. That means Tosin's like fourth choice centre back.
Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, at that point, it's like cool.
Yeah, Tosin
like we've got him on a free, so it's fine. Probably doesn't make that much money, but it's like, what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, like I think the whole, like I'd sign 2 new centre backs. Like I've said this before. I think if it was up to me right now, I would go and sign. Like I don't think either of them would come, but I would go and sign Bastoni and Tar. Well, Tar might, but I don't think Bastoni.
Hey,
would
Bastoni would be amazing.
Weren't we linked with Bastoni in the summer?
I know Tottenham have been previously.
Or was there another? Am I thinking of another Italian?
Oh, we have Bastoni.
I don't
Pretty
know.
sure it was
But
Bastoni.
Like Fana.
we were linked with Calafiori.
That's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd go and sign those 2. Like, and then I'd there are many things I do, but I'd go and sign those 2 because also what that would allow you to do is have Reece James play centre back in the back 3 as well, at least for now until we get to fitness, and it would allow Cucurella to invert, and it means Palmer, if he can play him as a 10, would be able to move back into the right half space to link up the right winger a lot more. It just moves things across a little bit better. But yeah, I'd go and sign those 2. Then all of a sudden you've got Bastoni, who Cole can learn off of. You've got Tar, who Fofana can learn off of, and all the centre backs can learn off of. You've got some experience and some quality in that back line. And you've got guys who, like Tar, as I said, in 3 years, you can sell him on. Because hopefully by that time, Fofana should have got to the point where he was at Leicester, but better, where like he can step into that back line and he's great. Because if he's not by that point, then you bin him off anyway. But then hopefully by that point, if he's not that guy, then maybe Anselmino is. And at that point he'll be like what, 22-ish, 21, I think. So like maybe he can be that guy, and maybe you have to keep Tar for an extra year or 2, but it's fine because like then it's Anselmino will be 23, 24. So it's like then there's a path, and then there looks to me like there's a path and a plan in place. So it's right now, like I don't know what the plan is. Like I kind of know what the plan is at defense in terms of who we want to have, but at the same time, it's like I also like say we go and get Araujo, and we have Anselmino. That's 4 young centre backs who are basically out. Like obviously there's difference in ages, and like Anselmino's a few years younger, but that's 3 guys who are basically in the same age bracket who's playing. At that point, it's just survival. It's just survival of the fittest.
We have Bashir Humphreys that's out on loan.
Oh, he's
potentially.
No, he's getting sold. That's good. He's getting sold.
Okay,
but that's fair. We've got 3 centre backs who are all in there, and unless you're going to play 3 centre backs, they all can't play every week. So that means one's going to have to sit on the bench. So it's like, which might be fine depending on like. I'm not saying that's an issue, but it's more like it smacks of throwing everything at the wall and just seeing what sticks. It doesn't feel like there's a plan. Like it doesn't feel like, for example, it doesn't feel like going from Czech to Courtois. That was a clear plan. Obviously, there was a little bit of a mistake in terms of sending him to Atletico for 2 years, but there was a plan of like, we're going to have Czech. We like Courtois is the next guy. We know that. We see his ability. He's the next guy. But we have a guy in Czech who's still the best goalkeeper, arguably, in the league. So it makes it's pointless to get rid of him now. But we have Courtois. Let's send him to somewhere like Atletico Madrid, where he can play and get ready and everything. And we have this guy who is ready now to come in as soon as Czech even drops a level. The moment Czech dropped the level, he went to Arsenal and we had Courtois in. That was a plan. There was planning there. And even with the goalkeepers now, sorry, Marshall, just before you go, even with the goalkeepers now, there's a little bit of planning with like, obviously we've got too many, but you can clearly see with Slonina and Penders, there are 2 guys there where they see a clear plan of like, one of these guys is going to be our number 1 in a few years' time.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good. It's a really good point you bring up, because I was about to say to you, after you just said all that, when you're looking at the bigger picture, it seems that we did really good planning in terms of the attack, right? Like we bolstered the attack a lot. We have a lot of talent up and coming for the attack. Even in the midfield, you have Leslie Ugochukwu, you have Kendry Paez that could potentially play in that position too, as an attacking aid or a cam. We don't know. He could potentially even drop as an 8. We have Andre Santos, and there's other players too that we were linked with. And then we go further back, and you look at center backs, and I'm thinking, okay, there's Aaron Anselmino. Rashid Humphreys, like you said, is probably going to get sold. After that, what is there? Because even in the goalkeeper department, but even in the goalkeeping department, right? Like we have 4 extra goalkeepers. In the right back, there's the one player that's playing is he back in MLS or is he back in the American? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name.
What, Slonina?
No, the right back that we just signed recently. I think he's in Strasbourg.
You mean Wiley? He's a left back.
Wiley, sorry, yeah, left back, left back, and then we also have
Wiley,
right back
Wiley's
reinforcement.
getting sold, man. If you think Wiley's touching this team, he's getting sold.
Well, we don't know, but the point being is that like there are players there that could potentially come into the Chelsea squad, right? But when you say the center back position, like there's really not that much depth there in terms of talent.
No, there's depth in terms of talent. I think the issue comes where maybe not talent. Let me rephrase that. The issue I think with the planning of everywhere else. I think in attack and midfield, especially midfield's been a bit hit and miss in terms of like we have signed a lot of players, but most of them have stuck or look good. The thing with both of those is you can
Flagged out, Scott.
You can clearly see that like
okay, there you go.
You can clearly see in terms of like you've got Neto and Sancho, and it's like as much we might not rate, or some people might not rate them. You've got like Madueke and Mudryk. It's like there's a clear path of like right now, Madueke, for example, is in this team. His spot is clearly going to Esteval. When Esteval is here to ready in play, and the same with Paez. It's like Paez probably comes into this team, takes like KDH's spot or Mudryk's spot or something.
Yeah.
When he comes back from Strasbourg, but like you can clearly see there's a plan there, and that's fine. You can have those guys come in later and do that because you've still got guys who are performing, who are at a level like Neto, like Sancho, etc. Goal, it's a little bit different because of how bad Sanchez has been, and Jorgensen hasn't really had a chance. But midfield's the same. It's like you've got guys where it's like, okay, we can see Santos is coming through, and he's probably the next guy, maybe Leslie as well. But those guys can take their time and develop, and we can see that for the future because we've got Caicedo performing, and we've got Lavia now performing, and even Enzo when he performs. We've got those 3 guys. A centre back is like people are talking about Anselmino coming back into this team now because our centre backs are that shit. Like and like I said, all of them. There's no discernible difference between any of our centre backs. Like no discernible difference, really. Like you can say there's differences in attributes, but I'm talking in terms of the level they're playing at. There's no discernible difference between any of our centre backs, and they're all playing at about 6 out of 10 on average, maybe 5 out of 10, and that is the issue for me. There is no one of a quality like there's no one of a Caicedo or a Palmer or even a Jackson level performer in defence. Sorry, not defence, in centre back. No one. Like I'm hearing people talk. People said that Fafana had a good game against Arsenal. I'll concede he might have had a good game. He had a good game and still looked like he was about to make a mistake. Like there were so many moments. There was a reason on in Discord I call him a Zesty Zuma, because there's so many moments, by the way, where his recovery pace saves him. His recovery pace saves him like it used to save 100%. Zuma.
It's impressive though that he does have that recovery pace despite the knee surgery. But I digress. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
It's impressive, but it's impressive because he has to make it's only impressive because he gets there, and it's because he makes a mistake. It's like it's no different than what we used to criticize Gallagher for last season, where he would win the ball back, lose the ball, and then win the ball back again. It's like you just recovered the ball you lost. It's the same thing. It's just in a different position of the pitch.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and it is frustrating. I mean, you say there's center back talent. I just can't. I don't know what talent is up and coming, but I mean,
I would say Vega even. I would say even Vega. Vega's been playing as center back for Portugal slowly. Like he had a decent appearance. He could be like a backup for Levi next season.
He could, but he's never going to play there.
Like that, no, I know, but that's what I would do instead of spending it on this Araujo kid. I get he has lots of talent. We have Anselmino. He's my 5th choice. We sell Badiashile. We sell Disasi. We get Jonathan Tah.
But like that,
Fofana's second.
But Curry, going back to what Scott opened up with earlier, I listen. Anselmino can come into this team and potentially like be the next Maldini, right? Whatever. No disrespect to Maldini, but I'm just saying like let's in a hypothetical world. Let's just say like how Cole Palmer broke out into the team, right? Like world class. How likely that is to happen, I don't know. So even
No,
in
but
that
that's why he's
situation,
fifth choice, right? That's why I'm saying he's fifth choice. So he's the Tosin replacement, right? Tosin leaves, Badiashile leaves, and Dasasi leave. I bring in Ta. Ta becomes my starting right center back. Vega would be my second left center back, and then if Wiley has a great season, maybe try him under the wing for Cucurella. If he has a great season, right? Or get another left center back. I mean left back who can invert or whatever.
Yeah.
Right, but we have reinforcements. We don't need to spend any. If we want to be cheap on one department, we can do that with Tar, Ruben Diaz, because they'll be on free. It's just the wages we'll have to pay, and with Tar it's going to be easier because he's coming from the German league. He's probably earning 60, 70, 80k. We could even double it and he'll still be in our wage range.
Yeah, Ruben Diaz would be phenomenal for this team, but I have my doubts about that. I just don't know. Like, I feel like the future for the center back, in terms of like raw talent coming up through the ranks, the only thing I'm looking at is Anselmino. I feel like we haven't bolstered enough in that position.
No, but we have, like, because the thing is, like,
else?
Colwell. Like, the thing is,
Well, there's
and this
Colwell,
is where,
but outside of Colwell, though, you know what I'm saying?
but this is the issue. And this is what I was saying earlier. All of our centre backs are young, and this is the thing. It's like,
Okay.
And yeah, because our whole team's young. This is the issue. Our whole team is young.
But that's like the headache, right? Like,
the thing is, like, we can make this argument in midfield as well, because, like, outside of like Leslie and Santos, who else is there?
well, no. But that's the thing, right? Like, the argument for midfield's a little different because.
We got.
I would say
you could say
because-
Kendry's in the wing. You could say in a sense after Santos, so that's our other pipeline. You could kind of say that.
No, but I would say, like, unlike Anselmino, right? Like, Anselmino, this is his first professional season at Boca Juniors. With the other players, like you mentioned, Andrew Santos, he's played now. This is his second season for Strasbourg. He played for Santos. Leslie Guchuku, you know, he has experience already playing at the top at the leagues. Cassidy, this is now 2 seasons he's played. We've now seen him play in European competition in the Conference League and the Carabao Cup. So he's now learning under Maresca. You know, like, and you know, we'll see what happens with Paez, like whether he's going to be put as a midfielder or an attacking midfielder. But I would say he's part of that midfield position as well. I feel like we do have stuff going on in the midfield where there is, like, okay, I could see potential for players coming up. Don't forget also, like, there's players like Matos, who's out on loan, that could potentially come back. I'm not saying he's a solution, but there are still players to pull out of. Whereas with the center back position, I just don't see it outside of El Salmino and the players that we already currently have in our team. And you said it yourself, Humphreys is one that's going to get sold. I just feel like we've severely lack in depth in terms of up-and-coming center backs outside of Anselmino. So now you're adding concern to me that I didn't have before. Thanks, Scott.
Again, I think that just comes from the fact of, like, our whole centre back team is young, and I think this just comes down to planning. Like, if we end up getting a Tar, like, all of a sudden, okay, everyone gets dropped down a level. Obviously, then that probably facilitates a Badiashile sell, so that cancels it out. But you see what I mean? Like, then all of a sudden, you're not worrying as much because the young set, like even Anselmino, I'm not worrying about right now because he probably doesn't even come into this team. Like, we've kept him on loan for the whole season at Boca Juniors, which makes sense. And, like, next season, I guarantee he goes out on loan again because, like, it makes no sense for him to come into this team right now. And so, like, and that's the thing. It's just because the thing is because of what we spoke about earlier, the pipeline will always be there. Like, we're already looking at another fucking young Argentinian guy to sign in midfield. Like, we haven't got enough of those. And with what we're doing in terms of Africa and everything, like that I'm not worried about in terms of there will always be another Anselmino, Estevao, Paez type signing.
Yeah,
where it's like
always be
someone
talent
from
out
South
there.
America who's barely played, who looks good, and it's like you go and sign. Like, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the guys that are actually in the team now. I'm worried about your Colwells, your Fofanas, that's kind of it because the others are going to get sold. But you're like those kind of guys. Like, I'm worried about those and how they're going to develop. Because, like, right now it looks like they're not. Because for all of the for all of the positives that we've seen from them this season, I think there's been positives from both players. We've seen as many equal negatives, and we're still seeing deficiencies in their game, which is going to happen because they're young. But it looks like neither of them have the ability to work through those deficiencies, because if they make, like we saw it against United, Fofana makes a mistake, surprise, surprise, we concede a goal. We see it against Arsenal. Both centre backs make a mistake in terms of Colwell's too deep, but like he's deeper than everyone else. Pause. But I don't think I still don't put that on him because he can't really see what's behind him. Fofana is holding a player's hand, and you've got guys at the back post open, and we can see the goal. And it's like stuff like that's happened the whole season. And so up until recently, it wasn't really costing us games. Yeah. Now it's costing us points. Yeah. And it doesn't help you've got the wasted space behind them. But it's like, I don't think it will cost us the top 4, but if it does, then all of a sudden it's going to be something that's looked at, and that's not on the manager. That will be fully on the owners.
No, 100%, and that's where I come back to. At least for the goalkeeping position, I know that there's a plan for it. Like there's choices in the future, whether it be Penders, Slonina, whether Petrovic comes back and all of a sudden he's now the ball playing goalkeeper. You know, there's something there. I guess I'm glad now that we have links to center backs, although they're not ready-made center backs like we want. But I think based on this discussion, it looks like the plan, and again, this is all hypothetical stuff as it always is with Clear Lake. It looks like the plan is we're going to trust Fofana. We're going to trust Levi Colwill. They're going to trust them to take us as far as possible until the young center backs that we have up and coming are ready to take over their spots. And Chalba's not coming back, by the way, JC. Nope. Chalba's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's on
same
loan.
With Carney.
He is on loan, but
same with Carney. So... But now in hindsight, like I wasn't thinking too much about the center back position in terms of like bolstering that position. But now the more we discuss this, I'm like, okay, we do need to reinforce there, whether it be with young targets or older targets, because someone needs to take over for Fofana at least. Because I think Levi Cole is here for the long haul. I think someone needs to take over for Fofana when potentially he is no longer up to snuff. Because at the same time, too, you got to take into consideration this, ladies and gents, that Fofana is on the old wages, right? The Todd Bowley wages before the wage structure. So unless Fofana works out, unless Fofana works out and he turns out to be phenomenal, which I don't think he's stepped up to that, level yet. I think there is an interest for the directors to sell him to make up the money and to get the wages even lower.
By the way, I just want to point something out because it gets talked about a lot of the goalkeeper situation in terms of how many we've bought, and I think that's fair because we bought like 8 or 9 goalkeepers. If we buy another centre back, that's 7 centre backs we will have bought under this ownership.
Koulibaly, Fofana, Disasi.
If you include Badiashile, which I do.
Anselmino.
Tosin.
There's one more. What am I missing?
No, there's 6. If we buy another centre back, that will make
after
it
Anselmino.
Okay,
that's what he's saying.
Yeah, so if we buy an Araujo, that's our 7th centre back signing. If we then sign another one, that's 8.
Man. So one of these have to work. Like one of these have to work.
That's on average 2 a year.
It's funny how Colwood looks like our best one out of 7, and we didn't buy him.
No. Out of the 6, but it's peak right now, so I'm hoping like whoever is scouting this gets this next one right, because it has to. We're going through too many center backs, and we still don't even know who was our best one, other than Levi Colwill. Like Fofana, even right now, like although I know Fofana is capable of being an amazing center back, we've yet to see that, and unfortunately for us, he has had 2 or 1 freak, but he came in with the whole broken tibia thing into this team. He's had a career where he's had 2 freak injuries. So it's hard to like really recover from that. So I have sympathy, but at the same time, Chelsea's first.
So
Go ahead, CP.
Marshall and the rest of you guys. Sorry, this might be I might be sidelining something, but what are your guys' expectations for us in terms of league place until January?
Top four.
Top four.
Yeah.
Probably staying in third place.
I'm saying we push for second.
If we
It's
get
possible.
second,
We are 4 points behind, and they're playing literally Spurs next week while we're playing Ipswich. And if they even draw or lose this game, we're up to 1 to 2 points behind them. And they
Our
haven't even
fixture
played Liverpool.
schedule.
It's easy
Bro,
till January. That's what I'm saying. I'm
Our
not saying we go for
fixture
second.
schedule after Villa and Spurs is very winnable games.
That's
very,
what I'm
very
saying.
winnable
So
games.
I'm not saying for the rest of the season. I'm saying until January, this club
Yeah.
should be aiming for second place. Because think of how aim for the moon and be amongst the stars. We aim for second, so
Yeah.
we build a cushion. We build a cushion because we have a really good run. Man City's also hasn't even played Liverpool yet, and they're gonna during this stretch.
Yeah, but just
It's depending on
don't
what
know.
they do as well, and they
I'll
got
be-
big feedback as well. So
if I was this club, I wouldn't, or the team, I wouldn't aim for anything in terms of position. I would just aim to win games, and then
yeah,
come
just play
see
your
what
game.
happens, come what may.
aim to not lose.
Yeah,
Well,
for example, like Yerson says, I genuinely, we should be winning at least 8 games, maybe even
Mhm.
9. The only 2 games for me that we should not, or that we could drop points in,
Villa.
is against Villa. And I only say that because for me, their style of play, I think, in terms of on the counter attack, can hurt us with our defense, and Everton away because that's just the bogey ground. Outside of that, we should win every other game.
Yeah,
I think
pull
we'll
it
beat
up.
Villa, by the way. I think
We can
we're-
only
Yeah,
drop 4.
that's the
I'm
thing,
saying we
that's
can only
the
drop
thing,
4
like-
points.
I think we'll be in there.
I'll say even with both of those games, by the way, I don't think we should lose either game. I think we should draw both of those games.
hmm
Tottenham with
But-
the high line with no Van der Ven. Oh, that's gonna be a beautiful day.
Yeah, we should win that game. We shouldn't
Jackson
lose
hat-trick.
a game between now and is it Fulham at the end? I think.
Yeah,
Well,
we've done a lot.
January
Yes,
4th when we
Oh,
start
so yeah.
to roll it back, and then we have a
Sorry,
small
between
10-day
now and
break.
January. Yeah, between now and January, we shouldn't lose a single game.
That's why I think we did well in that hard run. Even though we didn't really gain
5
much
points out of a
but
potential 12.
No, but we made the big teams drop points as well. Let's not
That's
forget
true.
that.
We didn't, other than Liverpool and
We
Man City,
didn't.
we
We
haven't
didn't give them
lost.
3 points, and they didn't. I think we did well still in a way, but I don't know.
I mean, when you look at the,
And now we
the
got
grand
the-
scheme of
But the
things, right?
reason, Scott, what
And
I'm
that's
saying
where we are.
second is hey, until because I'm this
Let's
is a
look at the
North
table.
Star. Yeah, second on the table because I'm hey, you guys are now toppling the 4-time repeaters, right, for this young squad.
We're 4
right, it's
points
like-
away from second.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm hey guys, let's go after second place. We're gonna be above the team that's won the league 4 years in a row with Pep Guardiola, right? For this young team, just give them any boost of morale or something to look up to. I get your general point of points because that is what matters more, but I think this young team needs more of a tangible thing than points in my head.
Yeah,
I
but
just don't trust these lot.
I disagree personally, just because I think that with them being young, I think you can have the issue of it may be going to their head potentially, and maybe being a bit too. I would just have them. What's it called? I would make it simple for them in terms of
mhm.
just make
Don't
sure they're
lose.
focused on the task at hand in terms of getting through the games. I wouldn't go any further. If we end up getting into second as a result of winning all those games or getting points in those games, then that's a positive. And I think that's something you can then praise them on. But yeah, it wouldn't be something I aim for, or be telling them oh, we need to aim for getting second. Just against who have we got next? Leicester, win that game. Against who have we got after that? I don't even know. Yeah,
We've got
Southampton,
Fulham.
play them, win them. Against Fulham, win them. Against Ipswich, win
Scott,
against
it's Leicester, and then it's Aston Villa, and then it's Leicester, and then it's Spurs, and then it's the easy stretch after that.
But at the same time, though, part of me is worried that, okay, if you do get to second place, by the time we get to that position on the table, then the fixture swings around again, and we start getting to the tough fixtures. And if we start to go a little downhill from there, I'm kind of worried about the mental impact that can have on the team.
I'm not.
That's what the Conference League is for, right? That's what winning every week is for, right? Because we'll be technically winning every week.
Is it?
Right?
Is
That's
the
what we should
conference
be
league?
doing.
Does the conference league go all the way until May?
Not
Okay.
not the whole time. Like obviously,
There's breaks in between.
yeah. Like for example, I don't think we play any conference league games in December or January. I don't think, or definitely in January. I don't know about December.
January,
Maybe-
I don't think
maybe
we do. but
early-
December,
Do
we
in
maybe
play
December,
early.
but not January, not in Jan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if we play in December, it's early December as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think
But
So
the
that's
thing-
what I'm saying, right? When
Yeah,
our
the
when our
thing is,
major crunch is happening, is we'll still be playing conference league, so we'll still be having
Yeah.
that mental fortitude of winning.
And the thing is as well, even if we do drop a place or two, like if we lose a couple games in that stretch run, like that, at the end of the day, that shouldn't matter. And like I would hope that Maresca and like encourages the players to like keep thinking positively, because like we'll still be
Yeah.
third or fourth, which is what we aimed for. Like no one is expecting us to challenge, or like no one is expecting this team, or no one should be expecting this team to finish second. Even with as bad as the league is, like the best that we can hope for as a team is third, because like Man City will refresh, and they are just a better team than us,
Yeah.
regardless. And like Liverpool are a better team than us, so like those are the best two teams in the league. Even Arsenal, right? I don't think they're going to be like whatever. Like they might get better, they might not. Couldn't care less. But like, so the best we should be looking for is third. If we get second, we get second. But it's like we should like if we shouldn't be putting expectations on these players internally, where it's like, okay, you need to finish second, or you need to do this, you need to challenge for the league. It's like, as long as you are in the top four, I don't care, because that's what next season is for. Like once you get top four, once this team shows me they can get top four, it's like, okay, cool, you've done that. So you've got over that hurdle.
And there's an argument to be had that Maresca's kind of treating this season in that sense, whereas like, okay, against Arsenal, I didn't lose, but mathematically, I went up on the table, and my goal this season is top four. Even though the ownership told me there is no goal, we all know there's actually a goal. You need to get back to Champions League, right?
I mean, if we finish
And-
safe,
That has to be gold.
Yeah, there has to be. But at the same time, I would say in that run of games, I think the best outcome for the team. Listen, if we end up going for a title charge, cool, that's great. I don't expect us to win the title this season, but if the best outcome out of it is that we now widen the gap between fourth and the rest of the table, then I'm pretty good with that, because at the end of the day too, there is part of me that is concerned with what happened with Leicester last season, where, you know, you can add whatever context to it. At the end of the day, it did happen, whereas they started dropping points, they started losing, and then the wide gap that Maresca had at the top of the table started to get more narrow. I would like to have a lot more cushion for error, especially with this young team towards the end of the season, where the fixtures are going to swing around. We're going to play the tough teams again. They're going to have bolstered as well. Man City, I don't expect to be the same Man City they are now. Liverpool, I expect them to make something happen in the January transfer window. I can't see them only having Chiesa as their only transfer this whole season. We're going to have tough matches, and we're probably going to drop points. And as long as we're dropping points, but we're still way ahead of fifth place and we're in top four, then I'm pretty content. And I think that should be the goal going into January, pretty much. Keep winning games and widen that gap. I do want to continue on, but before I do, ladies and gents, if you haven't done so already, do smash up the like button. It does help out the channel's algorithm. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already as well, because we are trying to grow the community. I think we just had a really awesome discussion on the center back situation, as well as, you know, the season's expectations. One thing I wanted to bring up, which I understand, Scott, if you don't want to talk about it, it's fine, because I know you're tired of bringing it, having it brought up. But damn, Chris, you're on the money today.
I'm on it, easy.
Yeah, you are on it today, man. You're in good form, man. You're in good form.
I'm saying no to that one.
Well,
'Cause I
let's
know where
discuss
it's
it.
leading
let's discuss it because we have here Glenn Hoddle saying, I was behind the bench at Stamford Bridge. It is interesting watching the subs and all players want to play. It's not all hunky-dory. I can see players were upset about not getting on and some coming off that weren't happy. He's done a great job, but there's a long way to go. But I think those two other cups are really helping him with keeping players happy. If they go out of those two trophies, then I think he'll have a bit of a problem. At the moment, Maresca, has done a wonderful, wonderful job, and what a good squad he's got. And I think that's a really good point considering the amount of players we have. And that was one thing that upset me about getting knocked out of the Carabao Cup is that, okay, cool, now we have less games for these other players to play. But regardless, we continue on. Christopher Nkunku could leave Chelsea next summer if his situation does not improve. Despite scoring 10 goals, context to that, but he is still not a regular starter. No move in January is planned. However, okay, it just ended there. That's from Plenty Goal that was announced last week. And then recent news articles have come out, The Telegraph and Athletic. Christopher Nkunku is considering his future at Chelsea. Chelsea are understood to be willing to offers only if they can recoup his £52 million transfer fee in full. Manchester United have inquired about Christopher Nkunku, who is considering his future at Chelsea. He has no intention of playing second fiddle in the Premier League. We continue on. PSG source on Nkunku. He checks a lot of boxes. He suits our new project. He's French. He developed in Paris. Has a collective mindset. He is versatile and still young. And I mean, there's still a little more actually here. It is understood that Chelsea would only be willing to listen to offers for Nkunku. They want to recoup the $52 million transfer fee. Despite being the club's top scorer, 10 goals in 17 games, he has started just one Premier League game, which is the first game of the season at left wing against Man City. Then Ben Jacobs also says here, Nkunku, you would expect to start games in the festive period or the second half of the season. I'm not aware that he's asked to leave or he's been put on the market. I gotta agree with Chris on this one. I don't want the player to leave. I think he is a very, very good player. I think if we manage him correctly, if we start seeing him pick up form, if we give him more minutes, to be honest, I could see him potentially being a key player for this team, even part of the spine, you could argue. I think part of the issue is, has the recent form been good enough? And in my opinion, I would have to say no. His last goal was in the Premier League was against Bournemouth, which was almost a month ago now, if not maybe a little bit more than a month ago. I know. I'm going to get to the context. Yes, he's been scoring against the Conference League teams, but have the performances been convincing? Not really. And that's the negative of it, right? He's not been convincing enough for me. There's also the addition that defensively his work rate isn't anywhere near that of Nicholas Jackson's, which is probably why he's been being benched and Nicholas Jackson's been starting over him. Not to mention Nicholas Jackson outside of these last two games has actually been performing, and he has improved this season in terms of his output. There's also the chemistry between Nicholas Jackson and Cole Palmer that you don't want to break up. On the other end, though, you can make the argument that Nkunku has not nearly been given enough minutes to really prove himself in the Premier League. The last game against Arsenal, 8 minutes off the bench. Prior to that,
I look at it right now. I just wanted to look at it.
What happened?
I think that's including injury time when he says 8 minutes.
Oh yeah, they don't include it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because he came on the 88th minute, and I think there was 6 minutes.
Yeah. So it's not including the injury time. Even the game before that against United didn't even set a foot on the pitch.
No, he's on the bench all game.
Against Liverpool, did he even come on against Liverpool?
He did for 14 minutes.
14 minutes. There you go. Against Newcastle, I think he came on for a few minutes too.
He came on at 12 minutes. It's extra time there, plus 90 minutes. I don't know why.
It's just, for me, I understand why Nkunku's frustrated. I part of me understands it because in the Premier League, the minutes you're being given to prove yourself is not enough to do anything. But at the same time, why you're not starting in the Premier League makes sense to me because Nicholas Jackson's just been performing well.
I think there's some games he could start. Like I think our next game's in Southampton, right?
No, I think it's Leicester.
Leicester, even probably no, it's just as bad. But I would say games like that, Leicester, because we got. I think have we got Tottenham after Leicester, right?
Yes. No, Aston Villa, then Tottenham.
Oh, okay. I was thinking because like what
No, we
Jackson,
got Aston Villa, then sorry to interrupt. We got Aston Villa, then Southampton.
Oh, sorry. Then
So
Tottenham.
okay, then yeah. Even that Tottenham, no, that Southampton game. If Jackson ain't been sent off by then, not sent off, but yellow carded, right? He's one yellow card from being
Oh,
suspended.
yeah, that's
right?
true. That is
If
true.
he
He's going to
hasn't
serve
got
a suspension
suspended
soon.
for the Tottenham game, I would say like he should play that game though, the Southampton game. There is some games I think he should start or at least get 30 minutes into the game sometimes because I just don't think he's had enough minutes this season. He's had like pity minutes, like 4 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes. There's one game he had like 26 minutes where he beat West Ham 3-0, I see, but the most minutes he's had in the game obviously is that Man City game where he started for 58 minutes and he didn't look too bad then. So I wouldn't even send him to Man United either, by the way, 'cause I think that'd be a big mistake.
Yeah, sending him to Man United is a big mistake for Amarin's system because I think
Yeah.
he would be great as that 10 winger role that Amarin requires. But I'm fine with him letting him go to Bayern Munich for 52 million.
I'm
I'm kind of hearing the minutes, but I'm not fully because I'm sorry. We had last year for different teams super subs that had 10 minutes or less come in and make a bigger impact. Trossard and Duran. Duran used to come on for 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 7 minutes, and fucking score a goal. This guy had a chance for us to win during the Nottingham Forest game, and he fucks up that chance.
Oh, the
And
header,
he's a 27-year-old man. But Trossard last season was the super sub. Duran last season and this season has been a great super sub. And he's 20 years old, coming from the MLS. I'm sorry.
To be fair though, Curry, Duran is a striker, and listen, you could say Nkunku's not a striker, whatever. I don't think Nkunku's a striker.
Nkunku says he likes to play a striker.
He
says
doesn't.
likes to play
Yeah,
forward.
it's not his favorite.
He's the one
position,
saying it.
really.
He's the one
Oh,
who's
he
been
did
saying it
say
in
his favorite
interviews.
position.
That's the thing. Like Enzo says he's an advanced state, and we think he's a deep lying playmaker, and Nkunku thinks he's a fucking striker.
Yeah, but I don't think he's a striker, man. I genuinely see him a lot better as a number 10 that can dribble the ball or progress the ball
Just great
forward.
as well.
But he doesn't
And
even come in
creative.
deep. That's the issue.
But that's the thing. When is he ever going to? Is he's a striker? He hasn't played as a 10 outside of
Yeah,
the Newcastle game, which was shit.
But Jackson comes in deep when he's a striker. Lots of strikers nowadays can come in deep and pick up the ball or come in to help, and he's just staying stagnant. Even in the Conference League, João Felix does a better job at times. I'm sorry, I'm fine with letting him go if it's Bayern. Obviously, don't sell him in the league, but if it's Bayern Munich, I'm fine. Goodbye.
Yeah, so.
For 52 million, I'm sorry.
50, 60 million, like, and we'd have a real use for him, then yeah, for buying Munich, fine. But
Yeah,
Man
I'd rather
United,
get another striker. I'd rather get
Hell
another
no.
backup striker or another
It's-
striker or something.
I'm so torn by this though, because like, God damn it, I know there's a good player there. I know he's a fantastic player. Like he could potentially be one of Chelsea's world-class players. But I think one thing that really hindered him, and this goes back again, Gallagher. The domino effect of the Gallagher transfer is insane because if João Felix doesn't come into this team, then you see Nkunku being the backup 10 to Cole Palmer.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't even think of that. I think of his injury and Nicholas Jackson. I mean, no, not his injury and Cole Palmer.
Well, his injury and
emergence
Cole
of Cole-
Palmer, sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's the original thing. He got injured for a season. We needed another 10 because we were planning for Nkunku. That's what the reports were saying the entire season 2 last year. He's our magical 10 that's going to solve anything. But Palmer started balling. And no one could account for that. Palmer was getting the numbers that we were expecting Nkunku to get.
Yeah.
I think it's more so that.
I think the thing with Nkunku as well, I think there's a differentiation in terms of like where he's at in terms of minutes and starting and things like that. Like he 100% should get more minutes off the bench than he is getting, but
100%.
he should not be starting any games. Like outside of the only reason he should maybe start the Leicester game is to keep Jackson off the pitch so he doesn't get a 5th yellow card. That's the only reason he should maybe start. Outside of that, there is no reason why he should start any games currently in the league. But he should get more minutes off the bench. Also, by the way, the whole thing of Palmer and Nkunku doesn't work, and Maresca's even talked about this and talks about why it doesn't work, is because of what you lose on the defensive side from Palmer on that right-hand side. It's the reason why we'll never, ever, ever, unless we are like losing in a game for the last 5 minutes, we will never see Palmer and Nkunku and Felix all on the pitch together. That will never happen. Unless it's like the last 5 minutes in a game that we need to win.
They don't like defending, yeah. Madueke, that's why I guess Maresca likes him. He tracks back.
Not even just Madueke, like we're seeing it with Neto, we're seeing it with
Neto
Felix.
will track back, I know. Even Sancho track backs even more.
Yeah, and Mudryk too for the most part. Besides last game, we didn't say he's tracking back.
Yeah, you can't have too many people just sitting up there waiting for
Yeah,
the
you
ball.
can't have too many. Hell, we're criticizing Enzo Fernandez for not tracking back enough and making enough tackles. And you're gonna have a Palmer and Enzo pivot and just leave Caicedo to dry and make him a road runner and freaking destroy his career and his legs in 2-3 years. Like
By the way,
to Conte.
CP, out of interest, did you say what Vic said? Did you say that Nkunku would outscore Jackson this season?
No. I said Nkunku would outscore João Felix in the league. Me and Dark have a bet.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Marshall was there. You were there. Yeah, my bet was that he would outscore João Felix.
My expectation for Nkunku, like, and this won't happen, and I'll have to change. Like, I don't know what will make me happy in terms of if he stays here. My expectation in terms of numbers for Nkunku was like around the 15-16 goal mark in the league.
Yeah, I could agree. And
he's on 1 in 11. Well, not 11, but I don't know how many league games he's played. But
well, here's the one thing I'm gonna say. At least I hope this happens. I hope he doesn't leave in January. Like I hope Nkunku is patient enough to see what happens for the rest of the season. If he can stay fit for the rest of the season, if he's gonna get play time to take advantage of it, and what he does with that play time.
I don't think he's leaving in Jan, Marshall, because even the reports are saying he's gonna leave. If he's gonna leave, it's gonna be the summer, not January.
I think he has to see how the season goes, how many minutes he gets. If he
Yeah,
doesn't, if it's like this the whole season, like 10, 15 minutes, like Premier League games, he's leaving.
Yeah.
This ain't good enough for my career.
And he makes a lot of sense for Bayern Munich too. Like,
yeah,
you have Alicia on the right, you have Musiala on the left. If Musiala renews his contract, then you have Nkunku in the middle, the shadow striker, with the dropping back of Harry Kane, because he likes to think he's a fucking center mid.
He likes to help the midfield out, man.
Yeah. I mean, I want to see. This is my curiosity, right? I do want to see around the games where Nkunku's playing as a 10. If that's going to happen or not, because here's the other thing too, and I was just talking with Javon yesterday about this on the Chelsea Hour show. I think Palmer's performances are going to see a bit of a dip if the pivot is going to remain Lavia and Caicedo. Because Lavia, in terms of physicality and defensive ability, he's great in the midfield and he gives us more control. But in terms of progressive passing, it's not been there. And I know he can do it, but he's not done it. And I think that's been hindering Cole Palmer's performances in the last 3 to 4 matches. When Enzo's in there, then we see a different Cole Palmer. However, then Enzo's a liability in the defense. However, maybe we see potentially a formation where, as if we're going to be playing Lavia Caicedo, maybe Palmer gets shifted to the right and Nkunku is brought in as a 10 or Felix. But I'm making the argument for maybe Nkunku, right? Maybe. I don't know. This is just all hypothetical. Curry, you wanted to say something?
I have to wait a month for this hypothesis to solidify, because everyone's saying we scored more goals with Enzo, fair enough, but we also played not such great teams compared to the last 4 teams. The last 4 teams have been people who've been in the top 4 or have won the league. Right? We face Liverpool, we face Newcastle, we face Arsenal, and then we always face the United side at Old Trafford that we struggle against. Compared to in the beginning of the season, yes, we faced some, for example, Man City, but we also destroyed Wolves, right? Like, I have to wait the next month when we play these Leicesters, these Southamptons, and if we have the same pivot of Lavia and Caicedo, and we're not scoring enough against these sides, then I can believe I can see more credit to this. But I'm not gonna put full credit until I see that.
I think that's
right?
fair.
That's
I think
my
that's fair.
thing.
But I'm just basing it off of what I've seen so far. And you were on the Discords when I said this. It's slow. The transitions are slow. And I think against United we saw it like perfectly. That every time we had the ball, instead of like taking advantage of a counterattack, we almost let United rebuild their shape every time. And it was just so frustrating. Mind you, it is Lavia still coming back into match fitness. Maybe because in preseason, Lavia wasn't like this. In preseason, Lavia was making those passes like Enzo would all the time. And I was like, okay, maybe we don't need Enzo. I already saw the trouble for Enzo. I saw the writing on the wall for Enzo in preseason with Lavia. But then he got injured, missed a month, came back just recently, and could potentially be injured again, to be honest, but that we'll wait to see what happens with that. But I think you're right, Curry. Maybe let's see what happens with this run of games to see if the theory is correct. But if unless Lavia steps up, I think there's a bit of a headache in that midfield with Maresca, and a bit of a headache on the bench with Maresca in terms of what he's going to do with Nkunku, because I'm sure Maresca is very well aware that Nkunku is a very top quality player that could help him out tremendously. But it's a matter of, what are you providing me off the ball? And when am I going to find a way to put you into this team without affecting my system in a negative way? And it's a tough headache. That's why I'm not a manager. That's why he gets paid the big bucks. I would hate to see Nkunku go. But at the end of the day, I am a Chelsea fan, not an Nkunku fan. So, got to see what happens with that towards the end. But anything else on Christopher Nkunku before we move on to the next topic? Big Up Prime, welcome back. Say that one more time. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's go ahead.
Sorry, someone tried to call me. I'm back.
You're fine.
Nkunku's slander.
Well, I mean, if you want to have your say on the Nkunku part, I guess, how do you feel about the links to potentially him being sold either to United, PSG? There's some links there apparently. But yeah, how do you feel about him leaving potentially in the summer? And I guess where do you stand on that?
I'd rather sell him away from like England. Rather sell him abroad.
Sure.
Give me 85 mil. Actually, no.
I don't think we're gonna.
How much did we buy him for?
60.
We bought his release clause for £60 million.
Yeah,
So
he's cheap.
Chelsea's looking for 52 million reports. Sorry.
No,
Fine.
give me that same money back. Give me like 60, and he can go. Like I know he's still a good goal scorer, but like he doesn't fit. He's not a striker. He can't he doesn't get in over Palmer in the 10. He can't play on the flanks. He doesn't fit in. And it's actually quite funny because the link up Nkunku and Jackson showed last year pre-season was something to look forward to going into the season. And then Nkunku got injured, and then Palmer blew up into this, world-class player. So now Nkunku can get into the team. So
And that's the thing. That's like CP right there. Where Prime said, that's partially why I do want to see him get a run of games as a 10, because there is link-up play between him and Jackson that looked really promising.
But he's not going to get ahead of Palmer with that, and Palmer has better link-up play with Jackson.
But
I mean, his link-up's good too with Jackson, funny enough.
But here's the thing, though. Like, if, again, the theory, right? If if Maresca identifies that, okay, Palmer in the 10 isn't working when Enzo's not in the pitch, maybe if I shift him over to right wing and have Nkunku in the 10, maybe something else can cook there. And
Palmer
you still
in the 10
maintain.
doesn't work without Enzo. What?
So yesterday on the Chelsea Hour podcast, or not the podcast, but Chelsea Hour show, me and Javon spoke about potentially one of the withdrawals, or one of the bad things about not having Enzo in the team is that the progressive passes aren't there from Lavia. And that in transition, we're much slower than when we were with an Enzo. And so that could be potentially affecting Palmer's ability in these big games that we've seen so far. And again, they are big games, so there's context to that as well. That's why maybe we've seen Palmer drop deeper than earlier in the season when Enzo was in the team. So there's an argument to be said there as to why Enzo has a role. I don't think Enzo should start. I'd rather the defensive solidity, but at the same time, we are kind of depriving the attack if that's the case. Big up CP. But yeah, I mean, what do you think about that, Prime?
Interesting. So we're saying Palmer's ineffective in our big games because we don't have Enzo to progress the ball from D.
It could be a reason, yeah.
Partly, I think this season in general, Palmer has been dropping a lot deeper. Even when Enzo's been on the pitch, I've noticed in games against lesser sides, Palmer's had to drop very deep to receive the ball. So I don't think it's an Enzo thing. I think we just lack someone in our midfield in general that can actually progress the ball, because even when Enzo plays, he's not that good at it.
I don't know about that.
He's not, bro. I've seen games we've played with Enzo and Palmer, and Palmer still had to drop you.
I've seen games we play where Enzo has a great pass forward and we don't do anything with it.
I know, but like it's more often what I've said than what you've said.
I disagree with that, but agree to disagree on that.
I think if Enzo can just because people are now spamming this Enzo assist he got for Argentina. I think it's someone said Enzo's good at ball progression. In his skill set is supposed to be good at ball progression, but in his execution, Enzo doesn't do it. You know what I'm trying to say? He doesn't execute that on a consistent basis. I think that's a problem. But if Enzo can start doing that, then yes, he gets in the team because we lack someone that can actually progress the ball from the.
Well, that's what I want from.
I don't think that's the reason why Palmer hasn't done well the last 3 big games. I don't think it's an Enzo thing. I think it's just Palmer himself.
Okay, you think it's just Palmer himself? I mean, it could be.
And the fact that we're playing bigger
so.
sides, there's more focus on him, and our other players haven't picked up responsibility and dealt with that freedom, because Palmer's been focused on so much. So there's more space for Madueke to operate on, and he's not dealt with that properly. There's more space on Reneto, and he did deal with that against Man United or against Arsenal, but in general, there's more space for other people to operate because they're all focused on Palmer. No one's taking advantage of that. So that's a problem as well.
But that's kind of where I go back to what I was saying about Fernandes. Because I don't know if you've noticed in the last few games, you probably have. When Caicedo and Lavia have the ball, the opposition team doesn't really press us. They're not really worried about what they're going to do on the ball, it seems. Whereas when Fernandes is on the ball, he does get pressed. I'm not saying Lavia never and Caicedo never get pressed. Obviously they get pressed, but I don't think the other opposition team are nearly as worried about what they're going to do on the ball versus when Enzo has the ball, they know oh shit, he's going to have a crucial pass. And when that does happen, Enzo has the ball and he gets pressed, that takes one less defender or less opponent player off of Palmer, giving him a little bit more space.
Yes, but the reason why that happens is because, like, first of all, Caicedo is a lot more pressure resistant than Enzo.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
also, when Enzo has the ball, you're not always going to get the opportunity to just dink a ball over the top. Teams don't give us big games; they won't give us that space. So Enzo needs to find other areas. And I understand it's also a team thing as well, because I agree. There's been times this season. I remember against Man City, first game of the season, Enzo sprayed a beautiful ball for Gusto to run into, and he put a terrible ball in the box. No one ran into it, and then that could have been 1-1, and maybe the game ends in a draw, and all of a sudden we're talking about a brilliant game from Chelsea. But I just think it's a mixture of both. Maybe more so on Enzo's side that he needs to improve on certain things, because I think if you play a midfield of Caicedo and Enzo, or Lavia and Enzo, that to me, because Maresca always speaks about balance. If you play that midfield, then your defense, there's going to be some sort of a weak. It's going to be exposed. And knowing what Sanchez looks like, I don't want to go into big games leaving that sort of like, thing open, because yes, we might be more attacking and create more chances, but if we still end up losing badly, then it's not for me worth it. Until we get a better goalkeeper, or we fix up better defensively, or Enzo gets better in defensive transition, I don't know. I personally just want a better player than Enzo. Ultimately, if we had a Sandro Tonali, I wouldn't be worried. I'd be like, we could easily throw him in. I remember Steve was saying that he was on Lewis's channel, and people were saying that there's no one that gets in a combined 11. Tonali starts for Chelsea, because again, he's someone that can actually progress the ball from deep for us and dictate the tempo of the game, which Caicedo and Lavia don't really do consistently, because it's not their job role, so I don't blame them for that. It's Enzo's job role, but Enzo's not good at that consistently for Chelsea this season, which is why he doesn't play.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. Let's see what happens in these next 10 games in terms of how the formation changes, or if there's validity in if Enzo is in the pivot with Caicedo versus Lavia in the pivot with Caicedo, how our attack looks. There is also the factor that Lavia is capable of making those progressive passes that Enzo has done, but he just hasn't done them so far this season. And that could be just match sharpness. So who knows? Maybe against Leicester, maybe against Tottenham, so on and so forth, we'll start seeing Lavia do those type of progressive passes that we've been missing. But yeah, it's one of those things that time will tell to see if this theory is correct. But I think it is there is some validity to it, and it's gonna be one of those things that we're gonna have to see over the course of time. Okay, so I do want to bring up two more stories before we call it, because I just looked at the time. So let's go ahead, and before we do that, ladies and gents, of course, if you haven't done so already, and I appreciate if you have, smash up that like and subscribe to the channel if you are new here. We do this show at least once a week, so big up to everyone who is here. And let's go ahead and get into this second to last story, which is everyone's favorite goalkeeper, Sanchez. And apparently Sanchez being backed as well. Let's go ahead and get into
Let me get my Sanchez stats. I've got stats on Sanchez. Sorry, Marshall.
No, you're fine. Let's see if these stats match up with what we have here. But let's go ahead and pull this up. So first tweet I have here, Enzo Maresca was asked if Philip Jorgensen is close to becoming first choice keeper, and this was at the end of October. No, at the moment, the number one is Robert Sanchez. Philip is doing fantastic in Carabao Cup, the Conference League, but at the moment, there is no doubt Robert is number one. I hope that's changed in recent days, but let's go ahead and continue on. Enzo Maresca has repeatedly defended his goalkeeper's erratic distribution, insisting that the demands borne by his style of play make a level of risk acceptable and mistakes hazards of work. We continue on. Matt Law reporting here that Robert Sanchez has received the backing of Maresca and Chelsea retain full belief in his talent. The feeling within the club is that Sanchez has all the ingredients to be, to be one of the best goalkeepers in the PL, and that his decision making will eventually catch up with his talent. Robert Sanchez has the backing of Chelsea hierarchy and Maresca. Only Alisson, what the hell? What the fuck? Only Alisson, who has played 5 fewer games, has a higher save percentage than him this season. This is shameless behavior. We continue. Robert Sanchez has the backing of hierarchy and Enzo Maresca. Sanchez has the second highest save percentage in the PL this season at 79.6%. Only Liverpool's Alisson, who has played 5 fewer matches, is above him in standings with 88.2. No player, this is a more reasonable stat, no player has committed more errors leading to a goal than Robert Sanchez in Europe's top 5 leagues this season, with 3 errors leading to a goal. In Europe's top 5 leagues, meaning Liga 1, Bundesliga, Serie A, Premier League, and what am I forgetting? La Liga.
Yeah. Does anyone want to know what that means statistically?
Real quick. Let me just one more. 2 more. To say Sanchez is not the most popular keeper in the club's history is a bit of an understatement. Bought from Brighton for £25 million in August of 2023, he has yet to convince supporters that he should be the number one, and that's coming from Simon Johnson. And it won't be long until he starts getting booed at the pitch or at Stamford Bridge. And then Robert Green on Maresca's support of Robert Sanchez. If it becomes intolerable in the stadium, if it gets worse, is it the hill Maresca is willing to die on? There comes a point where the crowd speaks. The fans can start pointing the finger at him for making a decision. If it starts to affect Sanchez's games, it is really hard to turn around, and both have to be pretty stubborn to carry on. And that's coming from the Athletic. Prime, I'll go back to the previous screen. We had it on, but go ahead.
Roberto Lynch Sanchez. It's your government name. I have to address you properly because I'm being serious. No player has committed more errors leading to a goal than Roberto Lynch Sanchez in Europe's top 5 leagues this season. With 3. First of all, I don't believe that stat with 3. I think it's a little bit higher, but whatever. We'll give that the benefit of the doubt. That's 3 errors in 11 Premier League games. That's 27%.
Mm-hmm.
We played 11 games so far.
That's potentially cost us 9 points.
This can potentially cost us top 4. And I said this back in the summer. When we bought him last summer, I said that I don't rate him. But again, what Chelsea fans do, they'll hype up this guy. This guy was a 3rd choice at Brighton. He's a terrible goalkeeper. People say he's a good shot stopper. Is he even that good of a shot stopper? I truly don't believe so. A lot of the saves he makes are camera saves. Camera saves is a goalkeeping term where you make a save and it looks a lot better than it actually is. He's not that good at all. His distribution is awful. Awful. He constantly plays us into danger. At this point, I think he does it on purpose because you can't purposely keep giving the ball away like this. It's not possible at this point. You're doing it on purpose. Like, I'm on Lewis's streams, and every time Sanchez has the ball, he's screaming, blue shirt, blue shirt, blue shirt. And you're constantly just playing it to the opposition. At least against Arsenal, when he gave the ball away, the ball was in Arsenal's half. So it didn't affect us that much. But like
I doubt it's a
three-
lie, JC. He's been committing a lot of errors.
It's not a lie, and he is not alone. There's only one other keeper. I don't know about top 5 leagues. Currently speaking, in the league, there's only one other player that's committed 3 errors leading to a goal, and it's Ari Muric, who's the worst goalkeeper in the league and plays for Ipswich. By the way,
so he plays. Oh, so Scott, you're saying he plays for a championship side? Okay, that makes
Muric.
sense.
This is this. Also, Muric is the same goalkeeper who played for Burnley last season and made mistakes and got help Burnley relegated.
Oh, so a
He is
championship
the worst
side.
keeper in the league. Yeah, he is the worst keeper in the league. But I did some maths. So Prime was right. He has currently made 3 mistakes in 11 games.
27%.
So it's 27.2%. If you extrapolate that across the whole of the year, that means he is likely to make, if he continues at the same rate, 10 errors leading to goals, which is double what Wes Foderingham made last season. He made the most errors leading to goals last season in the league with 5. Sanchez is on track to double that.
Marshall, bring up that the tweet about Allison. Sanchez is backing on Maresca. He's the second highest save percentage to Allison this season. That's fine. I want to know how many errors Allison has made in the last 5 years. I doubt it's 27% in 5 years.
There was a bad month, I remember. In all
sorry,
fairness, he had a lot on his mind, as I remember, but there was that bad month he had. But he made like...
A month in 5 years, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, like that's only a 1 month I remember.
Some more stats for you. Last season, outside of Wes Foderingham, there were only 3 other keepers in the entire league season which had 3 errors leading to goals.
Sanchez, Onana.
Sanchez has hit that already. We are 11 games in.
This is why sometimes, man, stats are bullshit as well. Like they can
Well, you
show
can
like
manipulate them to bolster
No,
your
I was
argument.
like,
obviously.
No, but
There
like,
were
I'm just
seven-
showing
there were
stats. The save
seven-
percentages. It's bullshit. He's been shit this season.
No,
He's been
wait,
terrible.
Scott.
There were
Wait,
7
hold on.
players total. There were 7 players total last season, including outfield players who made 3 errors leading to goals or more. There was that 7 players total. He has matched that in 11 games.
Scott, when did Sanchez get injured last season?
That's a good question.
January, I think.
It wasn't into January. It's like
Wasn't that
November.
late?
It was like October, November.
Yes, that's when Petrovic had his chance.
Let me.
The reason why I ask is I'm wondering, has he even played this many games last season? For this to even be a big stat from last season.
JC, he's been shit. He's easily cost us 3 games.
He's the worst goalkeeper we've ever had at Chelsea, bar none. He got injured. He got injured mid-December. He got injured mid-December.
If he doesn't have the stupid penalty against United, we win by 1 goal. If he actually covers his near post against Arsenal, we win by 1 goal. And then what other game was there?
He played 16 games in the league last season.
No. I want to know how many games he had played until he got injured.
16.
16. Okay.
No,
And this is on 11. So, like, if it's 20, oh my God.
Did he cost us against Nottingham Forest?
No, I don't think so.
No, he didn't cost us.
The Man City game, the 1 goal from Kovacic should have saved, but that didn't really make us lose.
Yeah, that wasn't going to make it. So I can at least say 2 games he cost us. And it's big games, Arsenal and United.
Bang average. Petrovic
and Liverpool. The Liverpool one, you do better with that second goal. You have to do better.
That Liverpool one, it's a whole team one though. It's a whole team.
I know.
Oh no, he is part of that. He is part of that. He was part of it. Yeah.
I guess. But I'm putting that more on Malo Gusto than
Bro, Marshall, I can be nitpicky and blame and pick up other goals, but I'm not going to. I don't want to be that guy.
He sucks. He's arse. He's terrible.
Yeah, I know. I can
this
tell
idea
you're
that
over-exaggerating.
this idea he saves us. He's had 2 good games.
Oh, the Brighton game. Oh my God, he was awful that game. Yeah.
Yeah, the 2
He
goals we
was
conceded were
fighting
because
against
of him.
Chelsea. He was fighting against us.
Cool. He's had
Casey,
2
you know
games.
how long ago Bournemouth was?
Yeah.
No, we this again. I'll say it. Cool. He saved us against
That was
Bournemouth.
his
And he
best
saved us
game.
against Forest.
Yeah, that's a good game.
He saved us against Bournemouth and he saved us against Forest. It was against Liverpool, United, Arsenal, and we can go on.
No, guys.
His negatives outweigh his positives.
He didn't say it was against Bournemouth and Forest. He did his job.
No. The
No.
Bournemouth one.
No,
the
This
Ben
is what I
Valentino-
mean. Prime, you can't go that far into the extreme.
not
like,
on the
be
one.
reasonable, because he was good
no,
against
I'm not-
the rest
I'm
of our
not-
team was shit against Bournemouth.
Yeah,
We got lucky with Nkunku.
Marshall.
He was man of the match. He saved us.
His job.
Okay, then, and
It's like
so
any
you
other
know
player,
what?
man.
Peter Cech, his whole career, he
No,
did
we
his
can't
job
go-
then.
no, wait,
Come
wait,
on,
wait.
man.
Yes,
Like, what are we doing?
Yes, Marshall. Because Peter Cech did his job in the Champions League final against Bayern Munich. Let's
Oh,
compare
he-
that. Yes,
and
I agree
and
with you.
the
Yes,
oh,
compare
you're
that.
so
Compare
No,
that.
the thing is, like, that's a good conversation to be had, because this is what I'll say about Sanchez. Because I will say that he did save us against Bournemouth and Forest in terms of he made good saves. But
Yeah.
the thing I'll say about both of those games, and I'll say about Sanchez in general, he does not make unsavable saves.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Scott. Did I not say that with the
That's the
goal
difference.
against Palace? Scott, the goal against Palace, when I said that he should be saving that, people were angry at me. I was like, I expect a top goalkeeper to pull off unsavable saves. I expect that from you.
What about
That's the thing. Like, that's the difference between good goalkeepers, which Sanchez isn't. But let's just pretend
Mhm.
good goalkeepers and great goalkeepers is great goalkeepers will save you multiple points across the season because they will make the unsavable saves. Like,
Mhm.
Call me a
they will make those saves that seem impossible. They should never make that, and they make it anyway.
Yeah.
And the thing is it won't be a one-time thing. It'll be multiple times, because that's the thing. Because, like, you could say Sanchez made one of those this season with the one against Forest that he got saved of the month for. That's probably the only one. Outside of that, he hasn't.
what about
and
the
as I
second
said,
Arsenal?
even-
He did the open goal where they just passed and he saved it. That was a really good save. I don't know how he
The
made
one we
it.
saved with his face.
I thought he saved it with his chest. He just dived in the way. Did he
No,
save it with
it
his
was-
face?
It was his
with
chest, the
offside.
Martinelli
It was
one you're talking
offside.
about. That was offside? Or
Yeah, like
yeah.
oh, it was
It was
offside. Oh shit. I mean, it's a
So,
good
yeah.
save. I'm surprised.
It didn't matter. It would have been offside.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott, he
Oh
can
my
make,
God,
or
that's
not
so-
Scott, Chris, he can make those good saves for you for Wales if you want, not for Chelsea.
I mean, nah, I wouldn't even take
He
him.
sucks. He's awful. He's a dreadful keeper. I said it again. He's the worst keeper we've ever had in this league. Because the thing is there's nothing good. There's not a single good discernible attribute about him. This safe essentially thing is bollocks. He's not even a great shot stopper. He's good at best. Because, like, the thing is we can say shot stopping. Well, how was his shot stopping when he let Martinelli score at the near post?
Yeah, that was
Bro,
a good
How was
shot.
it-
I know.
How was his
Guys.
shot stopping when he's blocking shots into other people's?
did anyone watch on Monday, or not Monday, on Wednesday, I was on the Sky Sports YouTube channel. Messi was
Wait.
always
Were
his
you?
face between people's legs. He's the worst goalkeeper on the planet. Shut up, JC. On Wednesday, I was on the Sky Sports channel, right? And I was
Sure.
listening to the punditry or the analysis about our game against Arsenal. And they had Graham Potter on, and he was talking about Sanchez. And he was talking about how Sanchez always does this.
Yep.
But basically, in the nicest way possible, he was like, this Sanchez is Sanchez. Sanchez always does this. Bro, I've not seen a goalkeeper play in the Premier League that willingly
Didn't he say something
lets
like he's brash or something like that? Like, he described him as...
Marshall. I have not seen a goalkeeper in the Premier League, at least in my memory, that willingly will let an attacker take a shot at their near post. I've not seen it happen.
Okay, hold on.
Or I've not remember. I don't remember it.
It happens. Even Mendy conceded some
No,
stupid
no,
goals. in front of
no.
us.
Marshall,
I was gonna say
I said,
I understand
Marshall,
what I'm saying.
I said willingly.
Yeah,
Willing.
was
I'm not
pretty
saying a
fast at
mistake.
post.
I said willingly.
I'm pretty sure that was a mistake from Sanchez.
It's not a mistake.
I'm gonna...
it
Go
is
ahead,
a
go
mistake.
ahead.
Like, I understand like what he's saying in terms of like, because the thing is this idea, by the way, about like near post is a myth. Because like this idea that you shouldn't get beaten at your near post, you get beaten at your near post just as much as you get beaten as like the far post. It happens all the time.
Sure.
Like, but it's not necessarily the fact he got beaten at the near post. It's how he got beaten. He got beaten because he left enough of a gap that Martinelli didn't even have to hit it top bins. And that's the thing. If Martinelli was in that position, Sanchez covers the near post and he just hits it with power, top bins, and just gets it over him, I'll say fair enough, you can't do anything about that.
Mhm.
He left enough gap where Martinelli finesse shotted it in. He passed it in. He barely got it off the ground because Sanchez left that gap. And that's the thing. but going back to what I was saying, by the way, like, and Prime's right. He's been doing this since Brighton. I didn't want him because of what he was doing at Brighton. He's been a bozo. He's been doing this nonsense since Brighton. Part of the reason why he got dropped, he also fell out. It's because of this nonsense.
Scott, can I just say, like, you're saying you disagree. I don't think you should. As a goalkeeper, you shouldn't be getting beat at your near post like that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen on occasion. Sometimes you can cover your near post. Someone hits a shot, like he'll blast at you or go in. It can happen, whatever. It can happen, but it shouldn't. And if you're letting a goal go in like that, that's a major red flag. It's a major that people just are not going to talk about.
No, again, I think but I think that's two different things. I think letting it go on like that, I agree. But I'm saying near post in general, like it depends on the type of shot. It depends on the situation. There were times last season people hammering Petrovic for getting beaten in the near post when it was completely understandable.
Like if you do like Petrovic last season, he did everything he could. It went in. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. I don't blame him. But if you're not doing anything, like that's my problem. Like at least try. Yeah. If you're trying, and 100%. That's why when Petrovic was conceding goals last season, I didn't blame him too much. At least he's actively trying, and I know his level. With Sanchez, I know you're a bozo, and I know you're not trying. But yet people will defend him.
Okay, well that's the thing. Like I don't know if I can sit here with chest saying, "Yeah, Sanchez, you're not trying." Like I think that's just being too much. That's too much of a agenda. He's a bozo.
I'll put it this way: like I kind of agree in a sense, but either way, it's bad. You're either not trying or you're just a moron.
No, I think it's the latter, because remember I told you guys some time ago we were discussing. Yeah, he's bad. Listen, at the end of the day, like I don't want to be misinterpreted here. I don't want a whole Ziyech freaking debacle again, where I defend the player and all of a sudden people think I'm standing him. Yeah, no, not good old times. Listen, I don't want Sanchez. I want another keeper outside of Sanchez. I did defend him for a bit, but now I've had enough. I'm fed up with this guy. He has an error in him every game. He's averaging, I wish there was a stat for that. He's averaging an error every game. Not every error leads to a goal.
He's averaging like me and Prime said, he's averaging he's pretty much averaging an error leading to a goal every 4 games.
Yeah, and it's scary because I think these last 3 maybe or 2 there's been errors leading to a goal, but I digress. I think real quick, Prime, before you go.
Okay, sorry.
I think with Sanchez, there's 2 things. There's 2 things I want to point out, maybe 3, but 2 things I want to point out. The first thing is that I think it's his personality. I think he's the type of keeper that once he gets a good run of games and he gains confidence, he actually thinks he's that guy when he's not. And it leads to maybe what Prime and Scott is saying, which is it looks like he's not trying because maybe he thinks he doesn't need to try as hard because he's that good. I think he's that dumb that he actually has no self-awareness of himself at times. So there's that. The second thing is that Prime said this earlier, and I do want to wheel it back a bit because I think it's a little too disingenuous now. I understand like his passing ability from the back isn't great, but it's also not entirely shit. Like Newcastle was shit. I'm pretty sure completed absolutely 0 passes from the back.
He did the same against, sorry to interrupt, he did the same against Arsenal, by the way.
Well, I was about to say, like, this is going to be a hot take. Outside of the error, I don't actually think he was that bad against Arsenal.
He was terrible.
I was praying for him to not be bad.
Do you want to know what his long passing stats were, Marshall?
Go for it, yeah.
3 out of 15. Okay,
but there's also context to that, right?
Yeah, there's context. Hey, why don't we give context when he completed 6 out of 25 against Newcastle? Can we? This is what I was going to say earlier. Like Sanchez has no discernible attributes. His passing sucks.
We're looking at the stats, right? But the eye test is different. So against Newcastle, dude, when you look at the game, like, bro, the guy was passing to the opponent constantly, and the guy was passing it out of bounds every single time to a throw in every time. It was frustrating.
He was doing the same thing against Arsenal. There was just he wasn't doing it as anywhere near as much. because he didn't make that.
So maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's masking it for me, because against Arsenal, I think a lot of those passes were like 50-50 passes that, you know, it gets 50-50. You know, it's like maybe you win and maybe you don't. So there's that. I mean, you could be right. Obviously, I would need to rewatch the game to really like
the reason
reel it
why
back.
his passing against Arsenal didn't play us into trouble was because at least when he like sent the ball, it was in their half. So when we lost it, we weren't in any danger.
Maybe that's why. Yeah.
So, but yeah, with Sanchez, I was gonna say something.
Well, you were reading off your stats before we digress into this whole thing.
No, I think that's it. Like he'll cost us.
He's not good. I think
he's awful.
He could. It's just
yeah.
I think. I know JC pointing out the defense and all that. Like, listen, I understand that the defense isn't great, but it doesn't help when you don't have confidence in the keeper behind you and the players in front of you. Now, that's probably why Lavia and Caicedo have been playing a lot, because at least defensively, they shore up that defense. And we look better defensively with those two players on the pitch.
I don't think we've defensively been that bad, though, because I think Robertson has been half our reason for our goals gone in this season.
Which game?
Because we have Reece James, right? We have Cucurella, we have Colwell.
I find it so weird that, well, it was 18-19, or no, 19-20. 19-20, that season under Frank, like, Chelsea fans blamed how bad our defense was. They blamed everything on Kepa and didn't take into account our defense not being good enough, our defensive structure not being good. They blamed Kepa for everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I was one of the few people that were talking about how, as bad as Kepa may be, the rest of it isn't good either. Our centre backs aren't that good at that moment, and we have no defensive structure. But now Chelsea fans want to act as if Kepa's great and the problem is everyone else. No, it's not true. Like, if we had a better goalkeeper than Sanchez, I wouldn't be worried about our defense. I wouldn't be worried about Fofana or Kogo at all.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I really want to solve this goalkeeper issue once and for all, and I'm at the point where I am hoping and praying that, and I can't believe I'm doing this. This is how down bad I am. I'm hoping and praying that Slolina or Mike Penders are the solution.
Or Jorgensen. Also,
I don't think Jorgensen's. Listen, listen. I'm at a point. I'll admit, I'm at a point where I am 100% okay with Jorgensen taking the number one spot right now, because at this point, either way, I feel like if he's as bad as Sanchez, well, the result is still the same. You know, but I'm willing to give it a shot to see what else he can provide. You know,
that stat about Sanchez. 27%, 3 in the 11 games.
Yeah.
You remember in 1920 with Kepa, where teams figured out he's bad with long shots. So in the second half of that season, every side we faced were just shooting from range, and he started conceding goals from range. Right. The same thing will happen with Sanchez. Teams will figure out about all these errors. Teams will figure out that he concedes goals at his near post, and teams will start exploiting that. Again, watch. I've said it. Remember.
All right, I'll remember. By
the way, with the Sanchez thing, just on the Jorgensen thing quickly, I agree with you, because then at that point, because right now, when it comes to Sanchez, like, I will continue shitting on him because he's terrible. But like, at the end of the day, the blame doesn't fully like at this point, the blame also lies with Maresca, because he keeps picking it. At least if Jorgensen plays, if he's terrible, right, at least at that point, it's just you then have to look at the Ben Roberts and the scouts and be like, okay, you've just signed terrible goalkeepers. Like, we've now just got two terrible goalkeepers. Like, okay, cool. Like, that at least you can then go at that point. Whereas right now, it's like, it's the same. I keep saying it's the same position we were last year at Petrovic. Like, for basically everyone that wasn't me and a few others, you had no idea how good Petrovic was. Like, absolutely no idea how good Petrovic was. You just knew he couldn't be worse than Sanchez. That's all it was. It was like, we might as well play Petrovic because he can't be worse. And it's the same point. None of us really know how good Jorgensen is. He's played like 6 games all season.
No. We know.
we don't.
know. Yeah, no, we know.
No, we don't.
I know Jorgensen from last season. I'm being serious. It's Tweedledee and Tweedledum. I'll be very honest in that
Wait, who's
regard.
Tweedledee?
He's not, but
Tweedledee is obviously Sanchez, and then Tweedledum is
not worse.
obviously going to be.
He's just not worse. He's not worse.
Bro,
Sanchez is the worst. No, Ahmed.
You know,
So you're
let
telling
me explain why. Let me explain to you why. Yeah, I actually don't think it's even. I think Jorgensen from a distribution standpoint, under pressure and stuff, I think you actually be much better than Sanchez. I don't think there's any.
Then he's already an improvement.
Right. The issue is gonna be with him though. Yeah, you know, the parrying is the issue of him. You know what I mean? I don't like. Again, Newcastle is a great example, in my personal opinion. Yeah, of some of the stuff you saw. Like when the cross came in, he decided, instead of catching it, parrying it into the actual attacker. He almost parried it into the actual attacker. That is typical Jorgensen from last season. If you ask any Villarreal fan, yeah, even myself who's watched a few games of his, yeah, that's what he does. I don't know if Prime is talking to me or is he talking to someone else. I don't know if he's talking to his babes. Like,
But again, Ahmed, like the thing with the parrying, I understand, but even with what you said, that makes him not like, because Sanchez does the same thing, by the way. Sanchez does just stupidness as well, like similar stuff, and it's like that's what I'm saying. Like with all of that, I still think that makes him better. And the thing for me that I'd say is like, from what you saw from Jorgensen, do you think he's like the worst keeper in this league, or up there as being the worst keeper in this league?
He's not the worst keeper in the league.
Oh, then he's already better than Sanchez. Sanchez is, statistically speaking, and on the eye test, the second worst goalkeeper in this league.
But Scott, I get your point, but it's like, you know what it is, man? It's like, I'm trying to use like a nice example, like where it's really close.
Ahmed, we can use the example from last year, for example, right? Like, I'm not going to, as much as I like Petrovic, I'm not going to sit here and say that he was incredible. Like, he was a good goalkeeper. He was a good goalkeeper, nothing more. And that's what I'm saying. He was decent. He was a 6 out of 10 goalkeeper, but he was better than the 2 out of 10 we had in goal, and it's the same thing.
That's fair. You know what? I hear your point. I get what you mean. Okay, fair enough.
Like, I'm not expecting Jorgensen to be good, by the way. I expect him to be a 5 out of 10 goalkeeper, but he's better than the 1 out of 10 we have right now. That's all it is. Like, that's literally all it is. It's
1 out of 10 is crazy. Yeah.
You know what my issue is?
When you go out when you go out to pool, you might find just some average girl. She's like, it's like whatever. She's better than the Butters girl in the corner. It's like, I'm not going home with her.
Yeah. They got one piece, man. They got one piece. But like, on a serious note, yeah, obviously, I get what you mean. You know what, guys? I wouldn't be personally, if I'm Maresca, you've got a good game coming up, actually. You know, Leicester City, right? That's the game we have back, boys, if I'm not mistaken, next week Saturday, right? That's actually, I would actually argue, that's a prime time game for you to be cheeky try out Wilkinson. See what he's doing. See what he's like against Leicester City. I'll be real. That might be a sort of game, I would actually argue that is the best game to be trying him out, because obviously the next game we have in the EPL after him, I think it's Villa, then I think it's Spurs afterwards, if I'm not mistaken, after the Leicester City game. So if you want to try out Jorgensen and give him like, listen, Jorgensen, we're going to give you a cheeky tryout, in the EPL. Leicester City, in my personal opinion, I don't know about you guys, would be the perfect chance to see what he can do for us. Because I know for a fact we will outscore Leicester City. We will beat Leicester City just on scoring alone. So if you want to actually test, if you want to actually test Jorgensen and see what he's about, you got an experienced old head in Jamie Vardy for him to play against. See what he's about.
I just don't see that happening.
We have a good goalkeeper, by the way. So don't, just letting you know. Scott,
Manson,
I got a question.
I forgot his name.
I got a question for you, Scott. Are you still there?
Hermanson.
You still there, Scott?
I am indeed.
I've got a question for you. So say Jorgensen becomes our Premier League goalkeeper, and then Sanchez becomes our Conference League goalkeeper. Does that slightly worry you about the Conference League?
No.
You're actually a troll.
No,
You're a troll, bro. Get out
of Thank you. Because
Surely
got, as Daniel says, those City girls at the back. You add in Sanchez. Hey, bring that against Ireland, against Shamrock Rovers. Let's see what happens, bro.
Gladly, we still win.
You know what, man?
Yeah.
You accuse me of being a Crystal Palace fanboy, Shamrock Rover fanboy right here. What are we doing?
He's Irish.
But I've never denied it.
Hey.
I've never denied it.
Listen, I don't need to deny anything. I've known I've been Chelsea since day one.
I'm Shamrock before I'm Chelsea.
Oh my god.
man.
Yo.
All right.
No,
So
you know,
But yeah, like,
one thing.
no, it doesn't worry me because we should win these games anyway. Like,
Yes.
for
Yes.
example, Panathinaikos. Like, Panathinaikos, I thought we were decent defensively, but still conceded chances. We won 4-1. We played with like 11. We played with 9 men that game. We played basically with 8 men that game.
I know. I'm not. When I say worried, I'm not. Obviously, we'll still win the Conference League regardless. But like, if we have an off day in front of goal with the sassy Badiashile and Sanchez, like we could lose 1-0, and we have to fix it in the second leg. Like I just want Sanchez to go. I'm sick of him being here.
I agree.
You know,
No.
guys, one thing I will say, just like slightly, I know someone talked about, you know, the Spice Girls in as a centre backs. I think with the current fixtures that we have, listen, don't worry, with the current fixtures that we have here, listen. I'm talking about Fafana and Cole. I think until January we can survive because again our fixture list actually now until January is actually quite relatively easy. I think we've only got 2 big teams to face essentially. Other than that, you know, we should be plain sailing, and if we're doing our job correctly. And so for me personally, I look at it and I'm thinking, let's get to January. If the club is really wanting to get Thomas Araujo or someone else in as an extra centre back to solidify the defense, then I think that's fair play. And then I think the problem with the goalkeeper situation, boys, is not going to get done until next summer. I just think that's
agree.
Yeah.
No,
So,
I agree.
but I think at the very least we can at least improve on the guys that are in front of them at the very least to minimize the amount of like threat that these guys at least get.
Minimize, but also, I mean, listen, we spoke about this already. We spoke about it for like a solid 25-30 minutes earlier in the show, but I just don't think, unless we get a Laporte or a Ruben Diaz or like an actual experienced center back, I don't see these upcoming center backs, these young center backs coming in as first team starters. And we spoke about this with.
I disagree. I kind of disagree with that take. Actually, I'll be real, because I don't think Ruben Diaz. Right, listen, Ruben Diaz, he's a quality. He's been good at times for City, but he's not that good of a defender, man. Personal, that's a hot take of mine. Right. In my personal opinion. Listen. And I think for me, I don't think he's that good. Laporte, I think it's a fair argument, but my issue would be with Laporte. I don't know how much damage the Saudi League has done to him.
Sorry.
You know what I mean? How much damage the league has done to him. No, it's been gone for 2 years now. It's 2 years now. So I don't know, like, again, is he going to be able to reacclimate himself? You're looking at Gundogan right now, guys. Gundogan went away for just 2 seasons, in La Liga, and you've seen, bloody hell, mate, the transformation. No, I think it's been 2. Was it 2 or 1? But if it's 1, it's even worse. If it's 1, it makes it actually worse because, like, 1 season in La Liga transformed him into what he is right now.
Ahmed, you're
He's 34.
Gundogan's old, bro.
Yes.
So is Laporte. Laporte is 31, 32.
He's 30. Yeah. Significant difference.
Ahmed, Gundogan's old.
For 4 years difference. So significant.
Yeah, it's
And
a big difference.
It is a difference.
Not that much, man. Not that much.
I mean,
I'm talking about mid 30s versus early 30s, man.
No,
That's
like,
a big difference.
I also agree. I don't want Laporte. I also agree about.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there's, unless Araujo, I don't see Araujo or who was the other one again, Scott?
Lukeba.
I forgot his name. Lukeba being a significant upgrade from Fofana or even Tosin.
I'm sorry. I'll be honest. Hot take. I actually think Lukeba is upgrade. Lukeba will be an upgrade for us. He's the one guy out of the young guys that we look at, and I would say to you right now, Lukeba, if you put him in, he would actually upgrade. What was it called? He would actually upgrade us. I'll be serious.
We'll see. Time will tell, because I think part of it is we also need to be patient with this center back pairing. I do want to move on to the final topic of the show, because at this rate, I'm about to be 4 hours into this.
Bro, you're getting prime to slave away, man. 3 hour 30 prime. I hope you're getting paid well, bro. You know what I mean?
What do you mean by that? What the hell are you saying, bro? What are you trying to start some controversy as soon as you walk into this?
Yeah, Marshall. What do you mean by that, Marshall? What do you mean by that?
Listen, man. I hardly even heard what you said because I'm focused on moving on, man. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I'm thirsty.
I love this shit, man. I love this shit.
Marshall, I've been here for 3 hours. You don't think I'm hungry?
Wait, first of all, Prime, you left. All right. The only ones that should be complaining is honestly just Scott. because even Chris left.
Yeah, I
for a
had
bit.
to go. Yeah, for a bit.
So yeah,
but-
like
yeah, but
Scott's been
Scott
here
can pay.
just chilling.
At least Scott
Scott,
gets
if you
paid
have
his
any
worth.
complaints, go ahead.
Let's go, Scott. I hope you get a paid top dollar, big man.
No,
You know what I mean?
All right,
Oh my
this-
God,
Scott,
no
Scott, send me your
getting paid.
Venmo.
No,
Scott, send me
Scott
your
can't pay his
Venmo.
worth. No, Scott can't pay. We don't get paid our worth, do we?
Yeah, we don't get paid
All
our
right,
work, man.
whatever.
Yeah,
Let's
exactly,
speaking of getting
We're gonna get paid in bottles of water, man. You know what I mean? We don't get paid in bottles of water, man. Crazy, man.
Hey,
Speaking of
Jimmy
getting
said,
paid their worth.
I have to work 10 times.
You
as
know
hard.
it's getting late to show when these two.
Speaking of getting paid their worth, 3:30 into the stream. This is the longest Casually Chelsea, which honestly, it's been overdue. It's been a month since I've done the show, so big up to everyone. I hope you guys are enjoying the content. Enzo to be sold. So I know we did just talk about Enzo, but there is some rumors coming out, and there's some things that have happened to Enzo in recent time that I do want to bring up and discuss briefly, really, because honestly, it's not really our business. But let's talk about it because it's out there. Okay.
Oh man.
So first things first is this, right? Enzo Fernandez is going through a separation with Valentina Cervantes, according to Julian Argen. He told her he wants to live life on his own. They're still family, but he feels the need to experience a stage he skipped by choosing family early on. Mind you, Enzo is 23, I believe. I think they got married at 17 or something like that.
By the way, was that his words? I'm just saying, like, does it come from
I believe all of this is coming from
Anytime you see someone make a quotation,
Valentina.
it basically means it basically
Or
means
does
what
this
he's
come from, like, her mouth? Like, I'm just
so all of this is coming from
really
her.
dumb that it said like
From
this.
her mouth. Hey, yo.
All of it's coming from her, but regardless, Valentina Cervantes on IG, she said the following.
Okay,
Enzo and I decided to take some distance from each other today, but we will always be family and we will support each other in everything because there are 2 children involved who need a lot of love from us. I know the person Enzo is and what an excellent father he is, as well as the heart he has, and that is enough for me. Please don't try to create conflicts where there are none. Obviously, you say that now, but I mean, all this came out. So apparently all this info is coming from her. So we continue on.
How do you know it's coming from her? Because, like, where did that come from?
The Spanish outlets said that they interviewed her.
Yeah.
None of the outlets are saying that they interviewed Enzo or got Enzo's thoughts on this.
Ahmed, if you can read, it says Valentina Cervantes on IG.
No, the one previous
That
to this.
too.
No, because this is
But
from
this.
his IG. This is what I'm talking about, the first bit.
Yeah, but all of this is coming
I
from
can't
her
see, like,
interview.
But again,
That's
according
very
to
dumb
Al
words
Union,
like that.
you know, this quote could have come from. He told her could have come from maybe his dad, his own mom. So it could have come from a source that had spoken to her previously. That's what.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But it's
it
her
could be someone
perspective.
that's spoken, or someone that's spoken to Enzo, and this is what he's told them. So, like, again,
So-
it's a bit ambiguous. with the person, is what I'm trying to
There's
say.
multiple tweets on this, but because I didn't want to dwell on it,
Oh, fair enough.
I only just pulled out this one. But if you look at the other articles, they all claim like they spoke with her, and it was really her side of it. So listen, at the end of the day, my 2 cents on this is that, yeah, sure, Enzo is young. He got married young. Obviously, we've all been at that age where we're like, you know, when we're that age, we want to explore the world and experiment and all this stuff. I get it. Family, though, that should be more important. Their situation. How they want to handle it is how they want to handle it. I understand where Enzo's coming from. If that's the decision, I don't agree with it. But we continue on. It's just more stupidity from him. No, it's more stupidity
Yeah,
from
I'll be
him, and
real,
it's
I'll
more
be real.
reasons to not like him as a person.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he wanted a hoe phase, he should have not had kids first. But
Yeah,
That's what I was gonna
that's what
say.
I'm saying.
That's what I was
But-
gonna say. Literally, that's what. Basically, for
It-
me, the issue becomes. I always say the moment you have kids, the game
Yeah,
always changes.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. The game changes the moment you have kids. You shouldn't have done it as early. Like, I think he got married at 17 or something like that. Like, he was really young
I think
when it
it's
all
18.
happened.
That's
It's
fine.
18.
You know what?
It's still really young.
18
You know
still.
what?
And guys, we've sat here on our IGs and have seen a lot of relationships turn into
Oh, yeah.
marriages after 3 months, and we're like, what are you guys doing? Like, you barely know each other.
You wanna
And
know
I've
what
already
I
had
think?
friends that have gone through divorces already like that. But go ahead, Prime, go.
Because when we talked about this on Lucy's channel, it was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like, why doesn't he just cheat like a normal footballer, which is wild. But I think
What the fuck, bro? That was actually outrageous. I said, why you didn't treat like a...
but I think what happened was, I think Enzo has been cheating. He got
Probably.
caught, or
I
he's
can see
been caught
that.
multiple times, and she basically gave him an
Yeah,
ultimatum.
I can see that.
I think she just gave him an ultimatum. It's either like be in the family, or just go out and be divorced, and you can do your stuff.
Okay,
And
that's
I
my
think
South American
Enzo
thing.
chose-
Fuck you, like I see.
Enzo chose to divorce her and to
Mhm.
live his whole life. So
So,
sad.
what Prime is saying,
I mean,
what
that's a
Prime
pretty-
basically saying is that, Enzo's been hitting the London escort ring. Fair enough.
It's possible. But all right, now let's get to the football, right? So Andros Townsend said, I think Caicedo and Lavia have got it all. They can break up play, they can tackle, they can play forward passes as well. I like the balance of the side. Enzo Fernandez will have to find his way back into the team. We continue on. Enzo Maresca coming out with comments saying here, when we play with Enzo, it has to be Enzo and one between Moy and Romeo. When Enzo moves, we struggle in the middle with physicality. In this moment, Moy and Romeo give us this. Then, obviously, a little bit of a pinch of salt, obviously, but there is no smoke without fire. And we continue here. Real Madrid are willing to either pay 87 million pounds, that's not going to happen, for Enzo Fernandez, or offer Chelsea Aurelien Tchouameni as part of the deal to sign the Argentinian midfielder. And then the other link here from Simon Johnson is that Inter Milan and Barcelona reportedly interested in Enzo Fernandez as well.
Inter Milan ain't gonna afford him.
Well, that's the thing. How much are we willing
They
to
can
pay for?
afford
Are we
Lukaku.
willing to get for the guy?
Inter Milan
Really?
they can.
Oh,
because they
one more
sell
thing. I'm so
him.
sorry, guys. Internally at Chelsea, directors, owners, Maresca believe Andre Santos will absolutely be an important part of the Chelsea project. They refused bids to sell him last summer, and the internal feeling is that Santos will have a future at Stamford Bridge. And literally, right here,
Wait, he loves Enzo. What changed? He was like,
Can I say
he's been
something
bad
about him?
lately.
Can we talk about? I'm gonna have this conversation about Enzo.
Obviously, I want to go back to Prime too because I
Yeah.
interrupted him. But go ahead.
So I think we need to have like an honest conversation about Enzo Fernandez, and I think the honest conversation is, guys, like when he plays, yeah, you can see that we do get cut through quite easily. I think all of us here can agree with that, particularly in the system that we are currently playing. If you play a 4-2-3-1, he's gonna get cut through, in my personal opinion. Listen, we can, even if he improves on himself defensively, as some people may believe that he can, we're still gonna get cut through because he's still not gonna be able to have that thing to do so. If you're gonna play him, the manager has to change the system to a 4-3-3, in my personal opinion, and that means no 10. Like, you actually have to have another guy next to him, and I don't know if Lavia can do that necessarily for me, but that's where Andre Santos probably should have stayed if you're going to do something like that. Like another guy that can do that box-to-box thing that can still help to create with him. But my issue with Enzo is that if you look at the way we play, he doesn't work, in my personal opinion. He speeds up the play, yes. He does that all the stuff, which is what we need. But at the same time, when you see where he plays at times, he's playing as an attacking 8 at times in the system. It's like he doesn't really add anything in that position. Does that make sense, guys? Like, I don't know if you guys are. You can obviously buy in if you think I'm saying anything wrong, but like I don't. For me, again, we've seen it before. When he plays deeper, that's when he's giving you the thing. When he's playing as a deep line playmaker role, that's what he can do for us: speed up play, push play, everything like that. But we know what the downside to it is, and I think for me, Santos is improving quite well at Liga. Maybe, in my personal opinion, maybe it's just a thing of like we just need our 10s to do much better work. I think like our 10s aren't pushing the pace as much, in my personal opinion. That I think is a big aspect to it too. I think Palmer needs to be helping to push the pace a little bit more. Caicedo should be hitting him quicker, and then he should be hitting the other attackers a bit more faster, rather than looking for the shot. But maybe that's just me. But I think Enzo's time at Chelsea is up. I just want to say that, but my personal opinion.
Prime, I interrupted you. You were going to say something earlier. In regards to Enzo.
Fuck, I don't know.
All right, Scott, what have you got for us, mate? What have you got for us?
I agree with
I
what you
just
said.
need to
Okay.
bro.
What were you saying, Scott?
I was say I agree with what you said in terms of I think his career might be done. The whole Tchouameni thing, by the way, I know like it's obviously from where it comes from, take it with a pinch of salt. I would do that deal if it's on the table.
Yeah, I would too.
I think number one, you win immediately anyway, before a ball is even kicked. Depending on what he would want wage wise in terms of Germany, but I think just from like everything else, you immediately win that trade in terms of like what they both offer us, not necessarily who gets the better player. Just because I think Germany would just fit a lot better in this system, and I also think having him in this team then gives you the backup to either the backup or the starter instead of Lavia, which means that Santos can be the backup / starter to Caicedo, and you have him further forward. Because I think that's what we want to see ultimately for Santos next season. What I don't really want to see him do is the stuff Caicedo had to do at the start, like when Enzo's in the team, basically, where he has to be the deeper of the two. He has to he can't really get forward because, like we've seen with Santos, he can do both. But we're seeing this year, even when he played in the Under-20 World Cup, I think it was, he can do so much going forward. Like his ability going forward is improved and is like coming on leaps and bounds. And I think that's the thing, and I want him to be able to do that. So I think with Tchouaméni, him coming in, and all the thing is with Tchouaméni as well, I think people look at how he's doing at the moment, and how he's doing at the moment, and I think they forget Chris. What he was at.
No, I was just saying goodbye to Chris.
Because I think obviously he's not been great at Madrid, or he's not being as good as we hope. But like before that, he was the best midfielder in Ligue 1. Like everything Santos is doing now, Tchouaméni was doing that beforehand. Not necessarily in terms of attacking, but just in terms of everything else. In terms of performances, he was doing that previously. So if he can get near that level again, which I think he might be able to, then we're getting an unreal player who can fit the system and could even, I think, end up helping Caicedo and Lavia, and because it takes the onus off Lavia in terms of playing time. It also then means Caicedo can still do all the other stuff that we need him to without having to do the then deep six where he is limited in terms of his movement.
I think if you had spoken to me about this last season, obviously I would have been really opposed to selling Enzo because I really liked Enzo, but with recent controversy and performances, I find it really, really hard to like the player now. But that aside, if we're speaking on the football, right? I think Enzo benefits Real Madrid. They're obviously looking for someone to replace that Toni Kroos role. I'm not saying Enzo is as good as Toni Kroos, but when it comes to playmaking and passing, that is the profile of player that Enzo is. However, in Chelsea, his career being over, I think it's getting there for sure. Especially if Lavia does what we talked about earlier, which is step up with the progressive passes that we know he can do. I don't see a use for Enzo in the team anymore. I think at this point, the only use that I see for Enzo is the progressive passes and the more attacking output for the team in general. The theory is yet to be seen, but we were talking about this earlier, and this is where I kind of disagree with Ahmed about the number 10 position. I think, and this is yet to be seen, right? We got to see the next few games, but if this theory is correct, I feel that one thing that Enzo does provide for the team is that when he is on the pitch, he takes away pressure from Palmer because the opposition team knows that he is capable of completing a brilliant pass and a line-breaking pass, so they're willing to press him more. Whereas with Lavia and Caicedo in recent games, we've seen teams have been more, a little bit more laid off with those players. And as a result, with Enzo not in the team, we've seen Palmer drop a little bit more often than usual. We've seen him a little bit out of the game and maybe needing to do more on the ball or needing to do more off the ball than when Enzo's on that team, where Enzo kind of just finds him and he has to do less of the work. Palmer can make more of the runs that he wants to make when Enzo's on the pitch because Enzo can find him when he's making those runs, so on and so forth. However, I'm not saying Enzo should start. I am just iterating the fact that in these recent games, like you said, Ahmed, the transition's been slow. Like Palmer and Caicedo, or not Palmer, Caicedo, Lavia and Caicedo, sometimes they fuck up that transition.
You know,
Sometimes
part of
they're
that
too
is,
slow.
I agree with you, Marshall, on that. I think the issue of that, in my honest opinion, is because of the fact that I don't think Lavia obviously just come back into fitness.
Yeah.
I don't think he's learned that. I don't think he's necessarily learned that aspect of the game yet to improve himself. If that makes sense, Marshall. He needs to learn that aspect to improve himself with. And I think, yes, Enzo can do that, right? But I think, again, it's just about what do you lose and then what do you gain, right?
Yeah.
And for me, I understand why Maresca has been playing Lavia and them lot consistently. That's the issue.
100%.
And you know me, Marshall. My issue has kind of also been with the club. Yeah, and I know the other guys don't necessarily agree with this. If you brought Enzo for 120 million euros, as my boy Demlin is saying, you should be really building the team around him, right? Because you're the one that said that he's your star player. He's your this, you're that.
But Ahmed, we did. The manager we've got in is to get the best out of Enzo's skill set.
No. The manager should be able to get the best out of him. I agree with that. But the problem is the way that our team is set up is right now. That's not set up for Enzo to work.
No,
I disagree.
I disagree.
Because again, if the reason why I say that before I let you go, right? I think a 4-3-3 with him as the 6 is the way to go. But like the manager's clearly 4-2-3-1.
I do agree. A 4-3-3, and Enzo being the deep lying 6 would be.
And then you have guys that can actually protect him. Would have probably worked here.
However, this manager, part of the reason why he's brought in is to get the best out of Enzo.
100%.
We saw Enzo play so much in preseason. Enzo played so much at the start of the season.
So then why has he dropped them? Why has he dropped them then?
I was about to answer that. The thing is with Maresca, and we've seen him do it in the last 2 Conference League games. I don't know why he didn't do it earlier. Play Enzo deeper. Don't play him as one of these attacking 8/10s. Play him deeper with Cucurella inverted with him. Protect him if you're going to do that. I think it would be interesting, but I don't know why would he not do it. And maybe he thinks that's too risky. I don't know. But Enzo, for me, has to go. In terms of this Tchouameni thing, for me, I would rather. No. For me,
my hot take bring Araujo to club.
Okay.
To fit where? To play where?
I'm Scott. Ignore him.
He just wants a player. Yeah.
Ignore him.
Not even tit for tat. Yeah.
Ignore him, Scott. You're smarter than this, bro. Ignore him. Anyways.
I don't disagree completely, but also, yeah.
No. The reason why I say Araujo, if I just very quickly, is because I actually think he could work in an 8 role, being that progressive guy that we're looking at. Because he can play the 8, by the way, Araujo. I don't know if you know that. And he's great on the ball. Can pass the ball quite well. Is good progressive in terms of progressive play and speed of attack. I actually think he might be one of those guys to bring into the club. I'll be real.
Anyways, before I was really interrupted.
Wow.
Tchouameni, no. For me, when I look at Inter Milan and Barcelona being linked with Enzo, I'd be willing to do a money plus player exchange. Barca, apparently they can't register Christensen in January because they signed Dani Olmo.
Oh yeah, we know this guy.
And now
my god. Period pain FC.
Can I finish? Can I finish speaking?
No, you can't. Fuck Christensen.
Anyway, before I was really interrupted, Barcelona want Enzo, so I'd be willing to do like a cash plus Enzo. What?
I said that needs to be a shirt before I was rudely interrupted.
Okay, I keep being rudely interrupted. Wow. Anyway,
go. Yeah.
Wow, there's this weird echo in the stream. Wow. Anyways, but
I hear voices in my head.
About to hit 4 hours in the stream. This is insane.
Hard was getting the man them working like white horses, man. I said it, man. Big up to him, man.
I wanted to do stuff.
Anyways.
Yo, the lag is crazy, bro. We keep giving you space to talk, and you just.
I'm not lagging. I'm just trying to make sure you guys won't interrupt me.
Okay. Go. Sorry, I won't say anything.
You're still speaking. Anyways, with Enzo, Inter Milan and Barcelona are both linked. I would say I want a money plus player exchange for Enzo. So I would be willing to take Christensen because he is an upgrade on the centre backs we currently have. Or go to Inter Milan and say, they won't give us Bastoni, but I would take Bissek, for example, to come in.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bissek can play on the left of a 3, he can play on the right of a 3. I think him coming in would upgrade our starting centre backs. So we'd be an upgrade on Fofana currently. So that's what I personally would do. If these guys, if Inter and Barca are really interested, I'd go with DeMarco. Won't make sense because
We need center backs. We don't need more fullbacks.
unless we bring in DeMarco and we play him left wing. But DeMarco wouldn't make sense. He won't be able to play in the back 3.
He can.
That's what I would. Nah, but DeMarco's, you want to use his talents. He's like an attacking player, bro. So unless you're bringing in DeMarco and you're playing him left wing and you're telling one of our wingers to fuck off, then I'm okay with it.
I don't think we need DeMarco personally.
Aside from that, but also this Tchouameni thing. If you bring in Tchouameni, play him centre back.
Cheeky. I like that. I like that idea. I like it.
Yeah.
You're talking about maybe like a ball playing center back?
The problem with Bissek, by the way, I would say, by the way, Bissek, I would love to bring Bissek to the football club. I actually think, he would add that physicality that we really need, bro.
Oh, man, I'm not finished, bro. You're interrupting me.
We don't care. Anyway, so listen, he's a tall big. He's a tall, big black defender. You know what I mean? Got the height, got the heading ability. You know what I mean, and everything like that.
You guys are adults. You figure it out.
You know what I mean? So listen, I'm just making a comment.
Control your channel, Marshall.
Listen, man, you worked enough, man. You worked enough hours, man. Chill out, man. You know, when you worked enough hours.
Just quickly, by the way, on the Enzo thing before Marshall wraps up, I know he wants to. Just quickly on the Enzo thing in terms of like tactically speaking. He's played as a 6. Like we've changed it since I think it was West Ham. We've changed. Like we basically play a double pivot now of midfielders. So even when Enzo plays, there might be times when off the ball he drifts slightly further forward to help the press. But in terms of on the ball, him and whoever the other midfielder is in the 6, and he still looks like shit. So it's not a tactical thing. He just plays like shit.
I agree with you, Scott. I'm just saying, why didn't Maresca do it earlier? But again, you're right. He's shit regardless. So get him gone.
Get him out of my football club, man. Get him out of my football club.
I would say this isn't a problem, obviously, but I wish. Well, I don't actually wish this. I'm happy with Caicedo. I think part of the bottleneck, in this whole situation is too that I think at one point in the summer we spoke about potentially seeing Lavia and Enzo play together, where Lavia can be more of the DM and Enzo can be the free 8, whatever. And now that can't happen because Caicedo's undroppable. You know what I'm saying? And right now, I agree with Ahmed too, or I agree with all of you because all of us have said it, right? The 4-3-3 would be something that suits him, and we did see a glimmer of 4-3-3 against in Arsenal. Yeah, because Palmer, when you look at the formation,
4-3-3 out of possession then.
In possession.
We don't play 4
It was
at the
in
back.
possession.
We never play 4 at the back in possession.
Well, in the Arsenal game, we had 3 midfielders.
Yes.
When Enzo,
You play a 3-5-2. You play a 3-5-2 for
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
No.
So
what
having more midfielders,
we did this we did a weird version of this in pre-season, but we've done this before in one game. I can't remember what game it was, but we've done this before where we have made it, instead of the 2 in midfield, we have gone 3 in midfield. You just take one of the out. And it was basically, the game I remember us doing it in was Inter Milan, because we had was it Gusto or Reece James? I can't remember who played. One of them, I think it might have been both played.
Inter Milan was
one of them was
James. Because remember, he played 60 minutes and he got hauled off.
Say again, sorry, I'd like to look.
Oh no, Inter Milan was Reece James. Because remember, he got hurt at 61st minute and then.
Okay, so yeah, we had Reece inverting into midfield, and we had three. We were playing like a weird box midfield, but we had a 3-man midfield, I think.
You're right, Prime.
And so that's the thing. Like, we've done that before. We've tested that, and I think we've done it with Cucurella maybe. So we've had like Cucurella, Enzo, and Caicedo in midfield. It just means you take out one attacker, but then we go back to like then have a problem of like that means we have one less attacker in the front line, which means there's less options going forward.
Sacrificed there,
Marshall, against Inter Milan, it was Malo Gusto and Cucurella.
Okay, they called in Gusto. It was good. I couldn't remember who played. It was whoever the right back was in into midfield.
You know what the issue? You know what the issue is? At the end of the day, you know, it's really interesting right now from a football club perspective.
We don't care. Marshall, wrap it up, please.
You know what I mean? I think it's interesting. I think for me, from a football club perspective, that, you know, and I'm pretty sure all the guys here would agree. We thought when Enzo Maresca came in, this is going to be like Enzo's moment for time to shine. But it's looking like the team is shining without him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
100%.
Literally, and that for me, you look at it from like an investment standpoint. £120 for what now? You know what I mean? Respectfully, you know what I mean? It's not looking like a great investment.
Actually, when you say shine without him, I think that's a little disingenuous.
It's not being disingenuous.
Because
we're looking at it.
No,
like,
wait.
I'll let you finish. Okay, I'll let you finish.
Because up until Liverpool, it was Enzo. And then since Liverpool, it's been Lavia. And since Liverpool, those 4 games, it's only been 5 points out of 12. So the majority of the hard miles was with Enzo and the team. So I don't know if saying it's been shining without Enzo.
The reason why it's not disingenuous is because even before we played Arsenal, or even after we played Arsenal, which midfielders have been getting praise this season? Caicedo and Lavia. Enzo's not.
If he said the midfield has been shining without him, and then I'd agree. But the team itself.
The reason why I agree with Ahmed as well, Billy, is because even when he played, he looked like one of the worst players when he played. It's the thing. So, like, even when we played well, more often than not, us playing well had nothing to do with Enzo. More often than not.
Yes, and I think for me,
I'll say this season.
Yeah, there's some games where he was good. Like, you know, West Ham was a good game for him.
I say West Ham and Brighton, I thought he was amazing. Outside of those games.
I just think the issue becomes, Marshall, that, you know, you just looking at. I think if you just look at it, bro, it looks like the midfield is set. You've got the future somewhere, or a bit more unlocks, and, you know, respectfully when it comes to him, big up to my bro, big up to can't really say big up to him personally, but, like, you know, listen, Enzo, listen, man, you know, I find it hard to find a spot for you, brother. Wallahi, I'm just gonna keep it real.
It's true.
And if you're playing this, like, if Maresca really wants to play this number 10 and 2 wingers and a striker, it becomes increasingly harder for you.
No, it's true, because like Scott said earlier, we've tried him in a deep 6, we tried him in an attacking 8, we tried him in an 8, we tried him in a 10.
And I'll be real, Marshall, having a 10 in the team is kind of detrimental to him. I don't know about what other two would say, because the 10 is basically now our main creator.
Well, that's the thing. Like,
so it's even more of a detriment to him, because it's like there's another guy that's doing the creating now.
But this goes back to what I said earlier. Now, this is a Maresca headache that he has to figure out, and this is one of those things that we have to see this theory out for these next few games, right? Because if Cole Palmer in these next few games is being left out of the action more and more, and isn't shining like he was before, then maybe that might have something to do with the fact that Enzo's no longer in that side.
You know, Marshall, one thing to take of interest, in my personal opinion, is that Maresca, even though he has not been playing in the EPL, he's only played, I think, 1 or 2 games in the EPL. João Felix, he's been basically touting consistently, I want to play João Felix more in the EPL. And you know he's been trying to consistently shoehorn him into that 8 role. And remember, if João Felix becomes another works in the 8 role, and then he starts being that creator for us, which he can do, again, that's another guy in front of you, big man.
I don't know if I see that happening, but if it does
but like the thing is, like the manager's already looking at alternatives to make stuff happen.
Yeah, he's trying to get him into the side. I know that.
I'm like, for me, the warning sign I saw for Enzo, where I was like, Nino, he's not making it into the club, was when Maresca said, I need a big six. I need a physical six. The moment I heard that, I was like, someone's got to go. Someone's got to go, bro.
Yeah, I get it 100%. But that being said, let's call it. It's been a long stream.
Let's go 5. Let's go 5.
No, I'm not going 5, man. My fucking ass hurts from sitting on this chair all day. So let's call. We're gonna call it here, ladies and gents.
Marshall's got rectal bleeding, it seems. Hey,
I don't know about that. I'm not gonna get in gruesome details like that, but. Yeah, ladies and gents, we're gonna go ahead and call it here. This has been the 4-hour special Casually Chelsea show return after a month hiatus. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. There have been a few topics that I left out, but that's because
big up Poch, man. He's winning. He's winning for the USA, man. Big up Poch, man.
Shut up.
Mentality monster. You see, I told you.
No, we're done with that. You're done. Picking up Poch in 2024. What the hell is this shit, bro? Anyways, ladies and gents, we're calling right here. Ladies and Jesus Christ, my brain's fried. I can't do 4 hours. This is insane. But anyways, thank you guys for being here today. Thank you to the panel for joining us today, and thank you everyone who smashed up the likes. If you haven't done so already, smash up the likes. It helps us out tremendously. If we can get the 50 likes on this stream, that'd be amazing. If we can't, then you can do it next time. But be sure to wipe your feet at the door. Like I say, always have manners. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already, as well as we are trying to grow the channel and the crew here at Casually FC. Be sure to check out the links in the description for everyone's content. Be sure to leave a comment down below. Let us know your thoughts on everything we discussed today, as well as what your opinions are on a lot of the things that we discussed. And also be sure to check out the memberships, as we have 4 different tiers starting at 99p, all with different benefits and perks. And if you are a proper casual and higher tiered member, you get a shout out at the end of every show. And that's going to go out to EE, Hassan Nawaz, Dark, Adrian, A. Soliman, Scott, Josh CFC, M3, IE Wani, Gabriel, and What. So big up to you guys, and thank you for your.
Play the sound for him.
What?
I was getting there. Oh,
so you're saying you lagged.
Yeah, I did lag. But ladies and gents, we're gonna raid out to Sunshine FC. She's currently doing a watch along with Flawless for the USA Jamaica match. So go ahead, show some love and support by copying, pasting that message and spamming it in the chat so they know where you are coming from. We'll be back again potentially Saturday. I won't be here Sunday because I have a concert to play. And yeah, we'll see where things go from there.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, man. I got a show, so I got to perform. I got to do my thing.
You're going to take that congratulations seriously from now. That's crazy.
Serious? Why is it not serious? It's my boy, bro. I have to congratulate him, man. Big up to him.
Yeah. Me, Ahmed, are you gonna watch UFC on Saturday?
Of course, Daryl, we'll see you there, man.
That's a big one. That's a big one. So if you want to see,
are you watching the boxing tomorrow, by the way, as well?
I don't think so. I'll be honest.
It's on Netflix anyway. Like, I don't even care. I'm just gonna I might do a little.
But if you guys are interested in seeing some more content, I will be doing a watch along on my personal channel, the Marshall DBX channel, which is my video game channel, in the description below. We'll be doing a watch along for UFC, Stipe, and all that stuff. We'll be on Discord. We'll have some banter. Stipe must win. It's what's right for the UFC.
It's what's right, man. We don't want White beaters winning. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Also, a cheeky little promo. Chelsea fans, the 19th of the 12th, 2024, 8 p.m. Stamford Bridge. Be prepared, man. Smoke.
Oh my goodness me! You know, I might just go to the Shamrock River games just to show you your Shamrock
We'll be there.
Prime on the streets for Shamrock Rovers.
Are you going to Prime to that game, brother? You gotta go to the game, Prime.
Sassy Badiashile Sanchez, I dare you.
Are you going to the game, Prime? Are you actually gonna go to the bridge to watch the game?
Not with you.
No, you need to go with me. Don't worry. I don't want to go with you. I'm just asking for you. Just go to the bridge. I might just say hi to you later on. I might just go.
You know what? No, just so that we don't meet up. No, I'm not.
All right, lovely then, lovely.
But anyways, guys, thank you so much for the support and the love. Go ahead and let Sunshine FC know where you're coming from, and we'll catch you guys again very soon. All right, we'll have more content coming for you during international break. There is a video dropping on Saturday, so be on the lookout for that. All right,
10-0 versus Shamrock. Let's go.
I'll catch you guys later. Have a wonderful night.
No.
Stay casual. Peace.
And